Come to order. Comparison reports. There is a copy of this order of business on each member's desk. If there's no objection, those motions will prevail. Hearing no objection, those motions prevail and the substitutions will be made. Reports of standing committees and divisions. A copy of this order of business is on each member's desk. If there's no objection, reports will be adopted. Hearing no objection, those reports are adopted. Second reading of House files.
Second reading House File 338.
Second reading.
Second reading House File 826.
Second reading.
Second reading House File 1444.
Second reading.
I missed one? 677. Second reading of House File 677.
Second reading. Second reading of Senate bills.
Second reading Senate File 380.
Second reading.
Second reading Senate File 745.
Second reading.
Second reading Senate File 887.
Second reading.
Second reading Senate File 1016.
Second reading. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Persell motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 143, an act relating to veterans, signed Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate. Persell moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 143 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
Representative Persell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is my bill coming back from the Senate. Basically, the language, the changes, the purpose portion of the bill was taken out, and that's fine. The memorial plaque in honor of American Indian veterans to be put on the Capitol grounds. Everything there remains the same, and I just would ask for your support for this concurrence.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion. On the motion to concur, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative the clerk will give the bill third reading.
Third reading, House File 143 as amended by the Senate.
Third reading. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 127 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by the Senate and its title agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage of the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 232, an act relating to civil law. Hilstrom moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 232 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
Representative Hilstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, the Senate just made some of the technical changes that needed to be made at the request of the Bar Association. There really were no substantive changes. They made effective dates consistent throughout the bill. They also did some aligning to reference appropriate parts in the statute, and I ask that you concur.
Any discussion on the motion? Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wondering if Representative Hilstrom would yield.
She will yield. Representative Drizkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hilstrom, could you outline what those technical changes were for us?
Representative Hilstrom.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Speaker and Representative Drizkowski. So it makes reference to the required notices and acknowledgement consistent throughout the bill, and then it makes references to the health care directive that we were asked to put in the bill in committee by your side. That's Chapter 14C. And then it makes references to making all the effective dates on each of the pieces all the same. And Mr. Speaker, it passed unanimously from the Senate and it passed off the floor unanimously.
Representative Drizkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Hilstrom.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion to concur say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 232 as amended by the Senate.
Third reading. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Lilly votes aye. Earhart votes aye. There being 129 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by the Senate and its title agreed to.
Message from the Senate. This is the Mahoney motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, and with concurrence the House is respectfully requested House File 729, an act relating to state government. Mahoney moves that the House refuse to concur in the amendments to House File 729, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 5 members of the House, and that the House request that a like committee be appointed by the Senate.
Representative Mahoney.
Mr. Speaker, the House passed the Omnibus multi-titled bill over in the Senate. There's some differences we need to work out, and that's my motion. I ask that we refuse to concur.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. No motion prevails.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate files herewith transmitted. Senate Files 1160, 1607, 324, 422, 683, and 834. Signed, Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate.
First reading of Senate files.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1160, an act relating to agriculture. The bill has been referred to the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Ag Finance. Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1607, an act relating to state government. Bill is being referred to the committee relating to state government. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Introduction and first reading of 324, an act relating to state auditor. Hilstrom moves that Senate File 324, House File 441, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 422, an act relating to children. Hilstrom moves that Senate File 422, House File 704, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 683, an act relating to private detectives. Myra moves that Senate File 683, House File 817, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 834, an act relating to judiciary. Hilstrom moves that Senate File 834, House File 440, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Calendar for the day. First bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 1589. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1589 on the calendar for the day, unofficially engrossed and reprinted for the House to include committee amendments. An act relating to operation of state government finance.
The author of the bill, Representative Murphy M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Davids, this bill has money in it. Senate File 1589, House File 1184, and Senate File, the House language in 1184 has previously been inserted into Senate File 1589. Members, this was my first time as chair of the State Government Finance Committee, and just my second time serving on the State Government Finance and Veterans Affairs Committee. And indeed, it was an experience. It was an experience that last December when I received a phone call saying, "How would you like to be chair of State Government and Veterans Affairs?" And I said I hadn't given it very much thought. But before the day ended, of course, I accepted the opportunity. When we came to our first meeting in January of this new committee, with new people on it, and more new people that had never served on the committee before, then old, former representatives, I stated that some of my personal goals were to be fair, and that I thought the decisions we made for the people of the state would help the agencies become more efficient, and that we had to come out with a balanced bill, and that the people should have the opportunity to be aware of what was going on. We should make decisions that helped build jobs in the state and to provide service to all Minnesotans. We should strengthen communities, and we should make decisions within our agencies and within the bills that we passed that would secure as much federal funding as possible. I felt, and still do, that cooperation should be one of our flags that we carry. To help Minnesota become a leader again, and to make Minnesotans a partner with government. During our meetings, we pretty much addressed those goals and met them for the most part. We built a bill starting with the very first session, first meeting, and added to it with the second meeting and the third and fourth and so on. We built in 3 phases a bill. Phase 1, Phase 2, and final passage will almost end Phase 3. The bill will lead to a smarter, more efficient, and accountable government based on strategic plans developed by agencies. We will respond to changing times and provide the services customers need and a functional government for all citizens. We strongly support and will meet the obligations to our current military effort as well as to the roughly 400,000 veterans and their families who have made sacrifices for our country and now reside in our state, and those who are currently serving. This bill was a work in progress and addressed many individual proposals brought forth by members of both parties. Even as the bill moved through the process, we continued to work on language that addressed the issues of our committee members in a nonpartisan way. Because the committee members brought their ideas to us on behalf of their constituents and those people that brought the issues to them. We met the target established in the House Budget Resolution for state government in general and for the specific sub-targets set for military affairs, which was up by $9.3 million. We are within target. We added 1% general fund to the base of each agency for fiscal year 14 and fiscal year 15. We have a general fund target of $921 million, $921,368,000. Our bill is balanced. Mr. Speaker,
Representative Murphy.
I will stand for questions, or if you want to do the amendments, that's fine too.
All right, there is an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the first amendment.
Pepin moving to amend Senate File 1589, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A12.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I was expecting the A3 amendment, so I got the wrong amendment here. Basically, what this amendment does is replace some language in the state gov bill, which I was glad that the chair was willing to take some language about the contingency planning in case of the sequester. But mine is the more robust version. It actually requires the agencies to come back and tell us what they're going to do when the state agencies or when the federal government, because of the sequester, has to make cuts to various programs in the state. Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. Representative Murphy.
Mr. Speaker, I would prefer the language that's in the bill. The Pepin bill that she brought before our committee was discussed, and in the discussion it seemed that the part that's in the bill already That was pretty much agreed on by everybody in the committee. And the other part of the bill did not have total agreement. In fact, we had a roll call vote on the bill, and the committee voted the bill down. But I still felt that even though the bill had been defeated on a roll call vote, I still felt that the agencies notifying the legislature of how the federal funds would be affecting our budgets was an important part that should be included. So we included it, and I just as soon that this section not be so robust.
Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 70 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Sanders moving to amend Senate File 1589, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A14.
Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment deals with page 5 of the bill. It deals with an appropriation to the Campaign Finance Board. From what I can tell from the language in the State Gov Finance Omnibus bill before us, is that this is an increased appropriation, yet no policy directing where that appropriation is to be spent. Now, I know that there's been a lot of discussion throughout the Elections Committee and some hearings that we've had about this increase to the Campaign Finance Board. If you notice in this amendment, I'm not spending the money anywhere else. It's not my intention to say that the Campaign Finance Board shouldn't have this funding if this body agrees in a broad bipartisan way that the Campaign Finance Board should uphold some of the duties that they have asked for. But at this point in time, we don't have any policy in statute nor in this bill that directs where this appropriation is to go. So at this time, I ask that we not abdicate our responsibilities as a legislature and just pull this money back until we decide as a legislature how to help direct the Campaign Finance Board, how to spend this additional just over $300,000 a year in additional funding.
Discussion. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Sanders. This additional funding was brought to us by the Campaign Finance Board, and it was recommended by the governor. And in their overview and in the information that was provided to the committee, the Campaign Finance Board said this increased appropriation would maintain base staff so that disclosure and enforcement reductions are not required, would add 1.1 person staff to allow board-initiated investigations, improve complaint investigation times, permit agency rulemaking, and provide for strategic and project management. They also said that they would be able to provide a higher level of support to volunteer treasurers, including non-metro treasurers. and allow the board to implement expanded disclosure laws and client support responsibilities. They would be able to convert agency to electronic records management system, avoiding the need for more file space and eliminating costs of printing and maintaining paper files. I do not support the amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Grisha moving to amend Senate File 1589, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A17.
Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment simply takes the increase to the Campaign Finance Board and moves it to disabled veterans rest camps around the state. There's currently 2 of them, one of them in Representative Detmer's district and one of them in Representative Dill's district. And this will allow the increase to go to help those camps to allow them to expand and to better serve the disabled veterans.
Representative Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of order under House Rule 403.
Advice, Representative Newton.
Mr. Speaker, what this does is it takes money from one area, it was Campaign Finance Board, and is transferring to Veterans Affairs. And we have set limits on both veterans and the state government finance.
Further advice. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
Yes, I think this is very much in order. The amendment is germane, and I think that even though there may be a separate silos, though, I think it's definitely a change that needs to be made. Thank you.
Representative Woodard, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice.
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this one, I understand where Representative Newton's coming from. I think we need to give a little wide berth here when we talk about veterans, and I would say that in this particular case, that because we are talking about veterans, that it is germane to the entire bill, and that we do find this amendment in order.
Okay, and I don't think he rose on germaneness. Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
Representative Newton, I understand the point that you're making, and I would just respond to that we're working within the same bill, and we should be able to help these veterans out and not just get ourselves caught up in the rules. So I would actually recommend that we go the other way.
Having heard the advice of, I think I've got it. So having heard the advice of Representative Woodard, Krisha, Scott, and Newton, I find that the point of order is well taken. There's another amendment at the desk. Representative Benson.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to appeal the ruling of the Speaker.
Representative Woodard appeals the ruling of the Speaker. Seeing 10 hands, we will go forward. So a green vote would be to uphold the ruling of the Speaker. A red vote would be not to uphold the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Woodard. Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like on judiciary bills, I don't offer a lot of advice on these kind of matters, but I do want to object to you, Mr. Speaker. The lead person on the Ways and Means was standing to be recognized. And maybe you don't want to hear what I have to say, which I think you do want to hear what I have to say on any topic and any ruling, but I think it's inappropriate not to listen to her, and that's why I'm going to vote for this one. That's why I'm standing up now to point it out. And it's Saturday. We all wish we weren't here, including me. But one thing we do on the floor of the House is listen to each other giving advice. And I think if 10 people want to offer advice, I think you're stuck with that, Mr. Speaker, just in the interest of what we've done in the past and in fairness to everybody who wants to have an opinion on any topic. Thank you.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, in looking at the rules and where we set budget targets, The rules talk about the target for the spending area and do not address any sub-targets. And so as far as the advice goes, I don't see in the House rules had there been listed a separate target and the bills were combined, but I don't see where it talks about a sub-target in the numbers that are presented for targets for bills.
Further advice, Representative Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that you ruled appropriately. Clearly, if you take a look at the House budget resolution, it sets two targets for this particular budget, one for veterans and then one for state government finance. And the amendment that you ruled on was clearly moving the money from one target area to another, and a clear violation of the House budget resolution under 4.03.
All right, the question before the body is, shall this ruling of the Speaker be upheld? A green vote would uphold the ruling of the Speaker. A red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 71 ayes and 57 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker be upheld. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Benson M. moving to amend Senate File 1589, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A22.
Representative Benson M.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. A couple of weeks ago, we had an opportunity to show some real leadership. We were discussing the bill that ultimately is going to set up the exchange. And during that conversation and deliberation, the final bill and product that came through, we could have showed some real leadership, especially after we found that numerous reports, I like to say this one over and over, it's a tongue twister, the Gruber-Gorman report, that we could see our insurance premiums in the exchange go up from anywhere from 16 to 29%. We could have took some leadership, in fact, by saying that we were going to take our insurance. If it was good enough for 1 million Minnesotans, it surely should have been good enough for the men and women that are in these seats in these two bodies. But we didn't. We are hopefully going to talk about today another opportunity to show some leadership. I don't think there's a person here that hasn't heard from somebody back in their districts about the cost of health insurance. And regardless of what the promises that were made at the federal level, with Obamacare and now in our exchange, we're going to continue to see the price of health insurance continue to go up and up. But we said here today, most of us at least, that take the individual policy, and full disclosure, I don't, with the ability to not have to pay a single dime out of our pockets for the premium. I know there's some arguments. Folks are going to stand up and say, well, we saw maybe the copays go up and oh my gosh. But the fact is, when you get your pay stub, you don't see anything taken out of there at all. If you're on the individual plan for a dime of your health insurance. I dare say that there's probably most of the 40,000 people that I represent even have the slightest inclination to know that we don't have to pay for it if we're taking the individual plan. They would be aghast. I think the last time I got up to speak about it, I spoke about a server at the Perkins that I go to back home every Tuesday morning, and how desperately that her and her family have tried to make ends meet with the fact that they're both older folks and with existing medical, they pay anywhere from $1,500 to $1,600 a month. Individuals in this house pay zero. Simply put, this amendment added on will do one thing: make us more accountable and take some leadership role. It would require us to pay 10% on the individual plan. The plans now, in terms of the cost to the state, are about $503 a person. It would cost us $53 a month. $53 a month. And if you're on the family plan, 15%. So it's currently around $1,400, $1,395. The premium would go from about $145 to about $220. Well, I didn't elect to take it when I came. I have a family plan through the federal government. I pay over $300 a month. Could I have taken it? Yes. Could I switch back and forth? Yeah. I have an open season. But I couldn't believe that we'd be up here in St. Paul making determinations about what everybody else was going to pay and paid zero. So members, I'd appreciate your support on this bill, this amendment. And I would like a roll call.
Roll call's been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. Representative Murphy?
Mr. Speaker, members, this was discussed a couple different times in committee, and our committee did not choose to include it in the bill. But Representative Benson has kept his enthusiasm and restated his position, which I respect. I do not want to give people the idea that we do not pay for anything for our insurance, because in order for our insurance to benefit us, we have to participate with the co-pays, and we have deductibility that is quite substantial before we can give our card or before we can say, yes, now our insurance, we are full participants within our insurance. I'm going to continue the position that I took in committee, and that is to oppose the amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. All right, the clerk will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 64 noes, the motion does pass and the amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Benson M. moving to amend Senate File 1589, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A27.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another opportunity to stand up and speak about an issue that I've been speaking to for at least the last couple of years. Members, I was a member of the Employees Relations Subcommittee that worked on the contracts that just this year this body has approved, which, by the way, has totaled so far over $290 million. I'm sure it will go north of 300 before we're all done. But one of the things that the committee, at least, the right side of the aisle made clear, I believe, to the folks who were negotiating these contracts that from the very beginning we believed it was necessary that we begin to address with the state employees that they take some responsibility for paying their premium. And if I'm not mistaken, I remember in our discussions that we heard that that was the governor's intent, that he saw it fit to make sure that in the discussions at least. Well, we know how those went. We got contracts back and they're not paying any more money if they're individuals for a single or individual policy. You know, we heard some testimony about, well, but yeah, the co-pays again, they're paying a little bit more. But the fact is, we have millions of people in Minnesota that don't get that. We have 30,000 employees of the state government that don't pay a dime for their individual plans, folks. Now, I could stand up here and recite all kinds of economic policy issues and the like, but if you know economics is the management of finite resources in the most efficient manner, and that people make decisions, rational people make decisions on the margin. Doesn't hold true for some of what I'm going to talk about, because there's new behavioral sciences, behavioral economics, that show that if you don't have to pay for something, you're less likely to be concerned about it. It's happening on all over. I mean, where this discussion is going on in terms of even the people that we give and many of the people that we serve in our Health and Human Services budget. But it's shown time after time that if a person doesn't have to worry about whether or not they're paying for their health insurance, even if there are co-pays, that they're less likely to be concerned about how often and how frequently they use that service. We're in the middle of negotiations right now. There's another new contract which will come due. I mean, we've been passing these, but they kind of go back to take up the period that we didn't pass the last biennium, but go back to January 1st. But there's a brand new contract that comes up on July the 1st. Now, I can only hope, of course, that our negotiators are back at the table saying we need these individuals to be paying for a little bit of their health care. And folks, this amendment asks for 5%. 5%. So give you the math on that. I told you on the previous amendment that it was $503. 5% of that would be about $25. They would pay $25 a month for the great health care insurance program that we provide them right now. $25. Now, I know that Representative Lilly's got an amendment to the amendment, and it essentially guts what I'm trying to do. But the fact is, thank you, Representative Lilly, because what you've done is at least validated that this doesn't violate PELRA. We do set standards for where these negotiations start by the fact that we set budgets. And if you know anything about labor negotiations at all, you know that the money in a contract doesn't come to the very end. You can negotiate all kinds of work rules and things you like, but when it comes down to it, if it's ratified or not, it's because there was money in it. Simply stating the fact that if we charge them $25, in labor negotiations, they can get that $25 back in a salary increase. This is just an attempt to have our employees become aware that it's not free. I'll stop there. I mean, all kinds of stuff in terms of public employees, and the amount of perks and benefits they get compared to the private sector and so on. But you've heard us stand up and talk about that already. Folks, this is a great amendment. This only begins to address the fact that we have public employees that need to be part of this. I'd like to have a roll call on this, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lilly moving to amend the Benson M amendment to Senate File 1589 as follows. The amendment is coded A40.
Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Benson, you must have been one of the worst public workers ever. I just can't believe all the disrespect that you got for these public workers. But you must have been, I know you had done a good job. You retired from there and got your pension. But my amendment has nothing to do with that. Mine Mine shows respect to the bargaining process, and it just kind of ensures that the process is honored. It's pretty simple. That's why they gave it to me, because it's simple. And but these contracts are, you know, they're interesting. You know, a lot of times you like to bring up the private sector, and you know, I know I represent East Metro District, and I know 3M. A lot of my neighbors came home and, hey, do you need any Post-it notes? You know, I know that wasn't negotiated necessarily, but you know, different jobs have different benefits, and these. I know some folks that work for Comcast, and they come home and they have free cable, where you and I might pay. I work for an airline. I might be able to fly somewhere. I know, you know, we're on the weekend, so maybe I can be a little more casual, but my father-in-law used to work at a brewery, and he'd do painting. And they were able to bring home some interesting product, and in the middle of the day, they'd have some interesting product. They'd, you know, they had quite a different life. So some of these contracts are different. I just ask that my amendment's pretty simple. Just respect the bargaining process. The MMB, for example, sets a contract and works with the bargaining group, and then they determine what it is. And those are negotiated in good faith. And if they decide to do this 5% that you're talking, and they've done a lot in the last few years. They've shared a lot in the pain in different areas. They've been flat on wage increases when the economy wasn't as good. And yeah, you're right. They've gone up a little bit here, but none of them are getting rich. That's one of the things that I just wanted to say. You know, a lot of these folks, you know, they're not going to be in this top tier tax thing that we talk about, or they're not going to have fancy cars like Representative Dowd, or those sort of things. Sorry, I gotta tease them. But anyways, ask for your support. This is to respect the bargaining process, and I think it's a pretty simple amendment.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to support the Lilly amendment. I think Representative Benson miscategorized the benefits that we get, that employees get. They're not free. They're not given to them. They're part of the collective bargaining process. And in the collective bargaining process, you give up something to get something. This is part of the employees' total package that they get. That's all part of the collective bargaining agreement. And when they say, okay, we'll have so much money, most public contracts, we're going to put so much money forth for health insurance. And if that's more than what the premium is for that individual coverage, you don't pay. If the individual coverage cost goes above what you've negotiated in that contract 2-3 years down the road, you end up having to pay that. So to say that this is not part, that these people are getting something for free, it's not. They've given up something else. They've given up money on the check for that right to have single players or single individuals not have to pay for their insurance. They've given up the money on the check for anything else that they bargained for. It's all part of the bargaining process at the table. And both sides have things that they want and things that they don't want, and it works the same way in the public sector as it does in the private sector. When you negotiate a contract, you're negotiating, and you have a list of things you want, and the management has a list of things they want, and you go back and you trade things back and forth till you come to an agreement, and this is the contract we have. And at least Representative Lilly's amendment respects that collective bargaining process, and it doesn't go after these people treating them like they're getting something for free, because it's not for free. They're paying the co-pays, as Representative Murphy said. They're paying all the stuff, and when those go up, they pay that additional amount, and it comes out of their pocket, so they're taking a cut in pay. This goes on. If the amendment doesn't go on, the amendment doesn't go on, and the amendment goes on, we're giving a cut of pay to all our public employees and saying you're not worth what you're getting, and we're going to here take away the contract you bargained for. So I support the Leon Lilly amendment and oppose the general amendment.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the body, I'm not going to raise a point of order, but I would remind Representative Lilly of Section 124 in Mason's Of course, we all know Representative Lilly, and we know he's being humorous when he made the comment about Representative Benson and his employment record. But I'll leave that to you whether you want to apologize for that. I think we all know in this body that you're being humorous when you say that, but people watching at home might not know that. So, but I'm not going to raise a point of order on that. Would Representative Lilly yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Lilly, in your amendment, it says, the language literally says, if this is required in a collective bargaining agreement. Can you kind of explain what that word required is asking for? Is this something in statute? Is there some other place in statute that requires this or that should require this? I'm having a little trouble following what you're trying to do here.
Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Dowd, I thought you were going to say something about your car that I mentioned. So sorry. I'm sorry. Representative Benson and I tease each other back and forth, and I certainly have respect for him. But repeat your question.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Lilly, and I appreciate that. As you know, I hit a deer with my car about 3 weeks ago, so if any of you have noticed the and of course, as a legislator, I wanted to make sure that I had my car repaired in my district, and I took it to a local guy to repair it. So I've had an Astro van as my loaner vehicle for a week. So I'm sure that's not what you were talking about, but thank you for not teasing me until this point about the vehicle I've been driving for a week. Nonetheless, the question was, and if Representative Lilly would yield for another question.
He will yield. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In your amendment, it says if this is required in a collective bargaining agreement. And it seems to me that maybe what you're trying to get at, this should say if a collective bargaining agreement requires this. So the required being before the words collective bargaining agreement to me says that somehow this would have zero effect unless there's some other place in statute that would actually require the collective bargaining agreement to have this language in it. So are we requiring the collective bargaining agreement to have the language, or is the collective bargaining agreement requiring this language? And if you can respond to that.
Representative Lilly.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Dowd, the language is intended that it's required if it's negotiated. So if they agree to the proposal by Representative Benson, then indeed that would become law.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lilly. I thought that might be what your intent was, but what the language actually says, if it is required in a collective bargaining agreement, I'm not an English teacher, I guess. My English teacher is actually here, so maybe she can comment on that too. But, it seems to me that we've got the wording screwed up, and this might have absolutely zero effect. So maybe you want to consider withdrawing that. I'm not sure.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interesting conversation happening from Representatives Lilly and Nelson. Members, the entire chapter of PELRA was written by the Minnesota legislature at one point, signed into law in different segments by the governor. On behalf of the people of Minnesota, the employee relationship, the employment relationship between the state of Minnesota and the people who work for them is there on behalf of the people of Minnesota, as reflected in our state statutes. The entire collective bargaining process is authorized by the legislature and the governor over time, as reflected in our statutes. There is no reason, Representative Nelson or Lilly, that this legislature cannot require in law, as a suggestion in Representative Benson's amendment, that the people who work for the state of Minnesota start to pay a portion of their health insurance premium just like nearly every other person in Minnesota has to. Now, the average private sector health insurance premium, if the business even offers that benefit, is somewhere between 20 and 30%. 20 and 30%. We have people around the state who are paying hundreds or thousands of dollars a month for health care premiums for their family. And the Democrats here today will not even require that the people who work for the state of Minnesota pay $25 to offset the cost to the taxpayers for their insurance policies. Now, members, I hope that Minnesota is watching today. I know it's a Saturday, but I hope they see what's going on here and they realize the special interest that is dictating the direction that this legislature is bringing, because it's very alive and well in this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Representative Lilly for bringing this amendment forward. I think it's a good amendment, Representative Lilly, and what you're doing here is representing the workers of the state of Minnesota in a positive way. And I think we've had this conversation maybe once or twice before already in the last couple of months, but let's keep in mind that what we're really talking about here under PELRA in state statute are terms and conditions of employment negotiated between the employee union and the employer, that being the state of Minnesota. And as much as you might like to want to pass an amendment that requires them to pay a certain amount for health insurance, it really doesn't mean anything at this point, because this is a contract, it's in effect, it's a term and condition of employment, and as much as you might want to change it, as much as you might want to support this, as much as you might think it's a good idea, it's really not relevant. We cannot change terms and conditions of employment. If we try, we will be subject to a lawsuit. Thank you.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And boy, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Lilly, I feel so much better after that. Was that an apology? I can't remember. But we'll continue to kid each other. But this is a bad amendment to the amendment, folks. I mean, honestly, and to Representative Nelson's comments regarding, that we're somehow circumventing. The fact is they're in the middle of negotiations, and this $25 could be made up pretty easily, by a good hard negotiator for the unions, and of course that's continued to get passed on to all the taxpayers of Minnesota, not just the people who work for the state of Minnesota. But the fact is, folks, again, it's another one of those where them, but not us, or it's good for the goose, but maybe not so good for the gander. I don't know, whatever those things are, in terms of metaphors. And I just think we're going down a road again where we're setting ourselves up as, the most pampered in the state. I don't care if it's legislators or state employees. You look at every bit of compensation studies that come out, and our folks are not hurting. And Representative Lilly and Representative Nelson, I have the greatest esteem for the people who work for the government. Having worked for the government for 31 years myself, I take that 31 years and can honestly say I'm honored by the service I rendered and all the dedication that those employees that work for me did, as I do for the state employees. But that doesn't negate the fact that we have millions of people in the state of Minnesota that have to pay for theirs. And we're asking for 5% or $25. So I know there's going to be some additional discussion around how you've crafted your amendment. I don't think it does exactly what you want to do. I think if you adopt it, I don't know that it necessarily helps, because you're not using the right word in terms of required and negotiated. That's more than a technical a change, however. But the fact is, folks, you need to get behind this. Besides the fact that we're going to require these people to pay $25 or 5%, the back end of this is, as people begin to understand that things are not free, they're less likely to abuse it. So the other part of this is a savings to the plans, ultimately. If we get to a point where it really makes sense, is ultimately we see a savings in the plans. You got a sniffle, you don't go to the emergency room. Please do not support the Lilly amendment to the amendment.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Lilly yield to a question?
He will yield. Yes, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Lilly, my question is, if the amendment to the amendment passes and then the amended amendment is put on the bill, what then would be the change in current law?
Representative Lilly.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Pepin, my understanding that so it would just continue. What is negotiated would be part of the contract. Law would be law.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Lilly, that's how I read it too. So if we put this amendment to the amendment on and the amendment were to pass, absolutely nothing changes. So what this means, this amendment to the amendment, is a very cynical amendment, members. What this amendment is smoke and mirrors. It's going back to what the original law is. This is playing games with the amendment. The people of Minnesota expect us to do things up front. They expect transparency and accountability. All this is doing is trying to mess with the Benson Amendment. It's a game that you're playing to try to go back to what it currently is. And so, members, I would just ask that we be clear and honest about what we're doing and when we're doing amendments to the amendment. And the people of Minnesota should understand that if this were to pass, nothing changes. And so what we're saying as legislators is that we can't ask even for a 5% of the cost of premium from for employees to pay when taxpayers are footing the bill. Not even 5%, not even $25 a month. I agree. Our state employees are very hardworking, but we've passed some very, very generous employment packages over the last weeks. 10% increases, 8% increases, more than 10% increases, tuition benefits. We've passed an unbelievable amount of benefits packages for the state employees already this year. And now what we're trying to do is simply say in the Benson Amendment, simply say that a state employee must pay at least 5% of the cost. 5%. What do you think people are paying in the private sector for insurance benefits? Members, I encourage you to vote against the Lilly Amendment and be honest. Vote down the amendment and then vote straight up or down whether or not you think that state employees should be asked to pay at least 5% of the cost, $25 a month. I ask you to vote against the Lilly Amendment, the amendment.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative Lilly yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Doubt.
I'm wondering, Representative Lilly, if you might consider offering a modification to your amendment to remove the word required and insert the word negotiated. I think that gets to what you want to accomplish in your amendment.
Representative Lilly.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Doubt, I think I'll stay with the bill as it is.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lilly. Unfortunately, the language, I think, has a fatal flaw, and maybe that's the intent, and I guess we're not supposed to question the intent of a member on the House floor here, but the way I read it isn't really going to do anything. Even if you fixed it, it's going to be exactly what Representative Pepin just said. You really are just going to stay with what's in current law. So rather than vote on the Benson Amendment to actually decide whether we're going to require a 5% participation from the employees on their health insurance, you're basically removing that from law. So under the current ability for unions to negotiate and for the state to negotiate contracts with unions, they would have the ability to negotiate that 5% participation from the employee into the contract. Current law doesn't prohibit that from happening, and this law does not require the 5%, nor does it prohibit it. So here we are with this amendment, and I know I'm not supposed to question the member's intent or motives here, but what this really looks like, and I'm just afraid because I don't want people to get the impression that you're simply trying to avoid taking a vote on his amendment. So, but that's really what people are going to think, because what you've done is just reversed the amendment completely. We've gone back to, if this is adopted, we've gone back to current law. And here we are cluttering up our statute books, which are already too long, with more language that's absolutely unnecessary. So if Representative Lilly would yield for another question.
He will yield. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Lilly, can you tell me why you want to clutter up the statute books?
Representative Lilly.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Dowd, a couple weeks ago I had a lot of fun watching the Lincoln movie, and one of the things I thought was kind of neat is how they gave each other kind of a pretty serious ribbing. And sometimes I think, at first when Representative Pepins kind of questioned my motives and, and you kind of alluded around that a little bit. You didn't, but you didn't. But I kind of watched the Lincoln movie and I thought some of that was, maybe we'd be a better body if we had some of that. So at first I was going to question it, but now I go for it as far as I'm concerned. But mine's pretty simple. I mean, and I don't think this bill clutters it up. So I'm sure, you don't get to where you are without going through some negotiation. So negotiation's pretty simple. You got the two parties, they come together and they negotiate a contract. And actually with my amendment, Representative Benson's, if it is negotiated, it could save money. I mean, it could become law. I mean, if it's negotiated. I'm not against, and I don't think nobody here is afraid. I mean, we all have election certificates. We're all ready, willing, and able. We're here on a Saturday in the light of the morning. Is that what you said that one day? Or the day? Somebody said the darkness of the morning. I think that was Representative McNamara. But no, we're here. We're ready to vote. I think it's pretty clear, and not necessarily against Representative Benson's idea at all. If it's negotiated, it's real simple. That's what I started with, and I'm going back to that. It's simple and straightforward.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if Representative Lilly would yield for another question.
He will yield. Representative Dowd.
Representative Lilly, I'm going to ask this maybe a little more directly than Representative Pepin. If your amendment is adopted to Representative Benson's amendment, and this gets signed into law, what will change? What will change? What will people be required to do or not required to do? What will they, not be able to do that they're able to do now, or what will they have to do that they're not able to do now? What will change in law? Because my comment was that here we are putting language in that will have no effect on anything. Absolutely zero effect on anything. So what will change in law if we put this in?
Representative Lilly.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Dowd, these contracts, like Representative Benson said earlier, just continue to be negotiated. So if the economy, if it will, God forbid, goes in the tank again, I mean, the workers might see in certain areas they saw a flat no increase, or maybe a pay decrease if that's where the economy goes or the world goes. These are negotiated. I mean, who knows where these things go? We haven't seen some of that, but I mean, certainly a possibility. So if they're negotiated, these contracts are continually negotiated. They just go on. So like Representative Benson said, there's two more that are coming. I'll have another group that'll go through the subcommittee of employee relations, and then they'll come through the committee process and then come here. And then, so that's actually for the current biennium. So.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lilly. You didn't answer my question, however, and my question was, what will change? What will change? Everything that you outlined in your answer can happen now in current law. So why put this language into statutes? Why clutter up our statute books with more language that will have zero effect? That's my question. Why are we doing this? Why are we offering this amendment? Because if this amendment is adopted, and the underlying amendment is adopted, and the bill passes, this language will go into the statute books, but nothing will change from current practice. All of the things you said can happen now, and if this language goes to clutter up our statute books, all of those things can continue to happen, and nothing will be prevented from happening. So why do we want to do this? If he'll yield for one more question, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Dowd.
Why are we going to do this? What are we changing? Why are we going to do this? Why are we going to clutter up our statute books?
Mr. Speaker and
Representative Lilly.
Representative Dowd, with my amendment, my intent is to show to the state of Minnesota that I think we should respect the bargaining process.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can actually do that by just voting against the amendment, Representative Benson's amendment. You can just vote against that. That will show them that you respect the, and now you've actually stood up and spoke about it, so they'll know twice that you want to respect the bargaining agreement. Everybody wants to respect the bargaining agreement, the collective bargaining agreements. Everybody wants to respect that process. But putting this into law, it doesn't do anything. What you're doing here, you could accomplish by simply voting no, and I think maybe you're just coming to the realization that there really is no impact by adding this amendment to an amendment. So I'll ask him to yield for one more question.
He will yield. Representative Dowd.
Would you consider withdrawing this, knowing now that it doesn't do anything and you can accomplish everything that you said that you wanted to accomplish just by voting against Representative Benson's amendment? Would you consider withdrawing this amendment to the amendment? And we can actually move on then and not clutter up our statute books?
Representative Lilly.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Dowd, I'm sorry I picked on the fact that you're driving an Astro minivan. I thought it was funny. Apparently you didn't. I had never seen a single guy drive a Astro minivan. But if that's your thing, God bless you, and I'm sorry if that's out of order. Astro minivan is a darn good American car. I know you've gone from a Lexus to an Astro minivan, and maybe we've got off on a bad foot because I laughed at your car this morning. The answer is no, sir.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lilly, and I appreciate you again for not laughing at me. I know there were a lot of other members in the chamber, and I was writing their names down as to those who actually did laugh at me for driving an Astro minivan this week. But I appreciate that you did not laugh at me. So, and I appreciate that you don't want to withdraw this. But unfortunately, what I've said is true, and this amendment to the amendment does absolutely nothing. And here we are about to adopt this. To clutter up our statute books with language that does absolutely nothing. And I don't know if people are going to get the impression that we're doing this because we don't want to vote on the underlying amendment. I obviously can't question that here on the House floor. I hope people don't get that impression, but this evidence, I think, could lead people to that conclusion. So I would ask members very strongly, let's oppose this. Let's not clutter up our statute books. This amendment does nothing. Let's just vote on the underlying amendment. You can make whatever, voice whatever you want there. I even offered for you to modify the amendment to accomplish, I think, what you want to. I also think the language in the amendment is flawed. I don't think it's going to accomplish what you want. I don't think it actually, doubly, I think it does nothing. So I think, members, here we are on the House floor spending time talking about language that does absolutely nothing. And offering amendments, and here it is, the majority party offering amendments to put stuff into our statute books that has absolutely zero impact on anything. And frankly, it's kind of an embarrassment that we're wasting our time and that we're wasting the taxpayer's dime to stand here and debate language that will do nothing. Why are we offering amendments that do absolutely nothing? That's the question, members. And you need to vote no on this to send the message that we're not going to waste the taxpayer's dime. All right? The hardworking taxpayers of Minnesota sent us here to represent them and to do a job. But here we are offering amendments that do absolutely nothing. And frankly, we owe it to them to do a little better. So I'm going to ask you, I'm not going to waste any more time here talking about this. I'm going to ask you to vote no. Let's vote no. If you don't like the underlying amendment, vote no on that and let's move on.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the Lilly amendment to the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Motion does not prevail. Motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted.
Division, Mr. Speaker.
Division has been requested. The clerk, all those in favor of the Lilly amendment, please stand. There are 73 ayes on the amendment, so the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. To the Benson amendment, Representative Benson.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we lost an opportunity to show some leadership again, and passing something that should have been pretty easy for us to do, but we were unable to muster the courage to do it. So, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the amendment.
Representative Benson withdraws his amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swatsky moving to amend House Senate File 1589, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A28.
Representative Swatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Before I explain my amendment, I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
As some of you may be aware, KSTP about a month ago reported on grants that were being provided by the State Arts Board, and where the artists were taking trips to tropical locations. And so according to the Arts Board, there were about 114 grants provided to artists who traveled to 40 countries. This program has spent about $5.6 million in the years between the years 2009 to 13, with 15% of these trips to countries overseas. I don't think that's a responsible way to use our taxpayers' dollars. And in this day that we have a state budget deficit, I think we need to be careful about unnecessary spending and to eliminate any waste that we can find. And so this appropriation was funded by the 2011 legislature, and I think right now we have a chance to correct this mistake. And so what this amendment does say is that the general fund money that was out of the general fund money that is appropriated to the Arts Board for the grants program be located in the state of Minnesota, that the money cannot be used for traveling outside of the state of Minnesota other than up to 5% of the amount of the total amount of grant, and that none of the monies that are appropriated be used for traveling outside of the United States. And I think this is common sense and a pretty simple amendment, and I would appreciate bipartisan support.
Discussion. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And while I will be voting for this, I think that there are some items that need a little bit of clarification. First of all, no legacy money was spent outside of the state of Minnesota. And frankly, I hope through the process that this can be adjusted. I think the 5% is maybe a little hard and fast. What we have done in legacy funding and in the legacy bill that I hope comes up someday uses at the direction of the legislative auditor the words the travel must be directly related to and directly necessary. And in a lot of our legacy projects, those words are included, and I think that they would cover this because, frankly, the story of Minnesota doesn't exactly end at our borders. And if we're trying to tell the story, sometimes we have to go into Iowa or even the Dakotas to tell the story of Minnesota. So, just some clarification. I will vote for this, but through the process, maybe we need to make some adjustments.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 121 ayes and 6 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Pepin, moving to amend Senate File 1589, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A3 amendment has to do with the Sunset Commission. The state government finance bill as it stands completely repeals the Sunset Commission. And I just want to give a little bit of history as to why this is so important to me that we don't repeal it. I'm in my 5th term now. I sat on the state government finance my first several terms. And one of the biggest frustrations for me is that we really have no process in place, no mechanism to ever review or look at various functions of government, various agencies, boards, commissions, to see if there is overlap, see if there's ways we can streamline, to see what we can do to better serve the citizens of Minnesota, to make sure we're being as efficient as absolutely possible. Sure, we have the legislative auditor in his office. They do great work. They put together legislative audit reports, as we all know, and then the vast majority of them proceed to sit on our desk. And that is because there's absolutely nothing that forces us to take action on anything. There's absolutely nothing that forces us to look at agencies, commissions, boards, any of it, and decide affirmatively whether or not these agencies and boards are still meeting their mission. That's a disservice to the people of Minnesota. So in response to that, I and several other legislators looked for ways, studied the best way to go about serving the citizens of Minnesota, to make sure we're doing the best job that we can, to make sure that our government is efficient as possible, to make sure that every dollar spent is spent wisely, to make sure we don't have boards and commissions doing the same thing in different branches of the government, because it's difficult for one person, for one legislator, to be able to look at these things. Now, some people will probably stand up and say, well, we can already do that now, we're the legislature. But not one time since I've been here have we ever independently just looked at the audit reports for the sole purpose of determining whether or not we should sunset an agency, board, or commission. Because there's nothing that requires us to take affirmative action for these to keep going forward. They go forward into perpetuity unless there's a specific sunset, which lets us all off the hook, frankly. The way we have it now, it lets us all off the hook. But members, even as dysfunctional as Congress is, they are forced to have a trigger. They are forced to affirmatively say, yes, this program should go forward. We don't have anything that does that. One example was just last week. Representative Fisher brought a bill to state government finance. And what his bill did was created a commission that would look at the reports of 4 different state agencies that have all something to do with water quality. 4 different groups, all in state government, that do something different with water quality. And what was Representative Fisher's bill? What did it do? Instead of trying to find a way to consolidate those things, what his bill did was say, okay, well, let's get the reports from all 4 of these different government agencies that all have one aspect of water quality. And we'll get another commission put together on top of this, and we'll pay staff. I think the quote he said was $127,000, so we're going to add another $127,000 to create another commission that is going to look at the water quality reports of 4 separate agencies. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. We owe it to the people of Minnesota to do our due diligence and to find out what's going on in all of our different agencies and make sure that we're finding every opportunity to streamline government. We need to be accountable to the people of Minnesota, and we need to be transparent. By repealing the Sunset Commission, we're throwing this all away. We're throwing away the progress that we've made on the Sunset Commission to be able to put a process in place. And we go back again to the process where we have no triggers, where things sunset, where there's no affirmative requirement for us to determine if our agencies and boards and commissions are doing what they set out to do. No requirement for them to be accountable. Now, I know somebody's probably going to stand up and say, well, we're going to give more money to the legislative auditor and they're going to fix the problem. But if you add more flour to the cookies, you don't have better cookies, you just have more flour. This is the same thing here. While the legislative auditor does great work, putting more money for them to do more reports does absolutely nothing to change the fact that without this, we have no mechanism for looking at this. We have no comprehensive mechanism other than a legislator trying to get a hearing on a bill to remove a board, agency, or commission, which may or may not happen. But it's really a crapshoot. It's really a let's look at this, let's look at that. Members, the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing here. That's the problem with state government. Or probably a better analogy would be what former Representative Seifert said. The left hand doesn't know what the far left hand is doing, and they probably don't care. But we ask our taxpayers to fund state government, and it's a big, big price tag. The very least we can do for all of our constituents is to make sure that we're as efficient, we're streamlining, and that we're doing all we can possibly do to make sure that our government services are running as smoothly as possible. I'm wondering if Representative Radinovich, if he is here on the floor today, if he would yield to a question. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if Representative Morgan would yield to a question.
Representative Morgan will yield. Representative Pepin.
Representative Morgan, I know that there are 22 Democrats that were authors of the bill to repeal the Sunset Commission. You were one of the authors. And I'm wondering, when the voters sent you to St. Paul to be their legislator, did they tell you, now Representative Morgan, what's really important to me is that we do away with the Sunset Commission because we don't need to make sure there's accountability in government. We don't need to make sure there's transparency in government. Did your constituents do that? Because I'm guessing that most people, when they talk to their constituents, they get a question about transparency and accountability in government, they say, I'm doing everything I can to make sure government is accountable. So Representative Morgan, since you signed on to this bill, I'm wondering what your constituents told you about accountability and transparency.
Representative Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Pepin. You know, in all the door knocking I did, I never heard one person talk to me about a sunset commission. But I did talk about efficiency in government, and I did talk about reforming government, and we have a mechanism to do that, and it's called the legislative auditor. The legislative auditor does good work with a strong staff and makes recommendations to the legislature, the people with election certificates who can make the choices we need to get rid of programs that don't work and make sure we fund the ones that do.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Morgan continue to yield?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Morgan, since that's your belief and what you tell constituents, can you tell me the process by which the legislature goes about affirmatively voting on every state agency, every state board, and every state commission appeal? How do we go about affirmatively saying, yes, I support this? What is our process for doing that, Representative Morgan? Because if we don't have a trigger, even Congress, even as dysfunctional as Congress is, they have a trigger. They have to man up and say, yes, I support this, or no, I don't support this. Representative Morgan, please describe the mechanism we have in Minnesota. You can talk about the Office of the Legislative Auditor, but the Office of the Legislative Auditor has no power to do anything. They have the power to give us recommendations, and recommendations are not a trigger mechanism. So, Representative Morgan, please explain to me what our trigger is in the state of Minnesota for ensuring accountability.
Representative Morgan.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Pepin, thank you. I think if you want to learn more about how we work with the legislative auditor, Representative Pepin, I think you'd be better off asking Representative Hansen. On our side of the aisle, he is definitely the expert in how things work going to the legislative auditor. Thank you.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Morgan, well, I won't ask any more questions, but the reason I ask you, Representative Morgan, is because you signed on to this. You signed on to this bill, as does Representative Radinovich, who's a freshman member, and I am curious if Representative Radinovich was sent here to hold government to high standards of accountability and transparency, because I was quite shocked by the 22 Democrats wanted to sunset the Sunset Commission, although I will already point out that there is a sunset for the Sunset Commission already, a review, just like everything else, and it's 2018. And it's really disturbing to me that we care so little about accountability and transparency in government that we let other agencies and boards and commission, for the most part, unless we affirmatively put something in the bill that says that there's a sunset. There are many things that are not sunset, but yet we care so little about the overall mechanism that we have, the trigger process we have, that we sunset the Sunset Commission after 1 year. 1 year. It was not properly funded. And so what my amendment does, Mr. Speaker, is simply says, instead of getting rid of the Sunset Commission, let's properly fund it. It was frustrating last year that I couldn't get the Democrats and the governor to agree to proper funding, because this model was, the Sunset Commission was based on the Texas Sunset Commission, which saved the taxpayers over or close to $1 billion since it was put into place. And it's a bipartisan commission. It works very well, but it has to have buy-off that everyone in the legislature believes in accountability and transparency. So what my amendment does is it takes gives the Sunset Commission $165,000 each year to properly staff it, because we didn't have one staff person. We did an incredible amount of work, thanks to the LCC, but without one single dedicated staff. So this would give dedicated staff. It would let us have more time than 1 year to find out how this is going to work. And all it does is it takes the money from the Nellie Stone Johnson bust and takes away some grants to Minnesota Public Radio. So if you believe that spending money to put a bust up of Nellie Stone Johnson, a former Communist Party member, very controversial, if you believe that is more important than accountability and transparency in government, then vote against my amendment. If you believe additional grants to fund Minnesota Public Radio is more important than accountability and transparency in government, then absolutely vote against my amendment. But if you believe that the people of Minnesota sent you here to make sure government is accountable, that it's efficient, and that we're doing everything possible to streamline, then you should vote for my amendment. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moving to amend the Pepin Amendment to Senate File 1589 as follows. The amendment is coded A32.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since Representative Morgan kind of indicated I could answer some questions, I have an amendment here that would have the responsibilities be done by the Legislative Audit Commission would review the auditor's work in reviewing the ongoing need for state agencies, boards, commissions, programs, and recommend a process for ongoing review of opportunities to eliminate or curtail the activities of state agencies, boards, commissions, or programs that are no longer needed. That's what the amendment does.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Lilly yield to a question? Excuse me, I mean Representative Hansen.
Representative Hansen will yield to a question.
I was just thinking about you, Representative Lilly.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Lilly. And I have my glasses.
Representative Pepin, your question.
Representative Hansen, I'm looking at your amendment to the amendment, and the way I read the amendment, it says, the Office of the Legislative Auditor is requested to conduct a review of success of the Office of the Auditor in reviewing the ongoing blah, blah, blah. So how does the Office of the Legislative Auditor review the Office of the Legislative Auditor? How exactly does that work?
Representative Hansen.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Pepin, well, because we have the Legislative Audit Commission, which is bipartisan and bicameral, equal number of each from both houses and from both parties, the commission would be able to review the work of the auditor and the staff. That's the mechanism as the amendment, as I understand the amendment as it's drafted.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, you heard from Representative Hansen. So if you vote for this amendment, what you're saying is the Office of the Legislative Auditor should review the success of the Office of the Legislative Auditor. Okay, that's like saying the House Republican Caucus should review the work of the House of the Republican Caucus. It's ridiculous. The amendment is ridiculous. The Office of the Legislative Auditor is going to review the Office of the Legislative Auditor for success. Well, Office of the Legislative Auditor, how successful have you been? Well, gee, we've been really successful. We're so successful, we've given you all these reports. We do a really good job of giving you reports. Now, to clarify, Mr. Nobles and the Office of the Legislative Auditor does great work. We all acknowledge that. But there is nothing. This waters it down, so it means nothing. Again, this is just a way to say nothing. It just says we're going to look at the success. We are going to look at the success of ourselves in reviewing the ongoing need for state agencies, boards, and commissions, and recommend a process for an ongoing review of opportunities to eliminate or curtail the activities of state agencies, boards, and programs. That's what the Sunset Commission does. So we are going to, under this amendment, we're going to repeal the Sunset Commission, and then we're going to have the Office of the Legislative Auditor. I don't know by when, I don't see a date on here, but the Office of the Legislative Auditor is going to review themselves to see their success in giving us audits. Absolutely no trigger in here. Again, this is basically like the last amendment, because putting this on leaves it exactly the way it is in the bill. You vote for this, you're just going back, you're just voting to repeal the Sunset Commission, and I'm sure that's what a lot of you want to do. So if your goal is to repeal the Sunset Commission and remove any mechanism we have to truly take action that requires us to stand up and say, yes, this agency is doing exactly what it said it was going to do. I vote to extend that agency until the next sunset review. If you want to hide behind the process that we currently have, which is we can just keep our hands off and let things go on and on and on, then vote for the Lilly amendment. Members, I would ask you to vote against this amendment to the amendment.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to go on and say that I think all of us hold the legislative auditor in extremely high regard. and they would take a very judicious look at any program, whether it was themselves, and to fully evaluate whether or not the purposes were being served. And so I don't want to see statements made on the House floor that are questioning the motives or the intentions of the legislative auditor. One of the things I keep hearing about the Sunset Commission, it brings to mind the Dilbert comic I saw once, and I always found a little bit of humor in that comic. But it talked about some consultants that came into a business, and they had this little floating robot that was supposed to go and point to the most egregious abuses of waste within the company structure. And they're paying all this money for these consultants, and what happened is this little robot kept pointing at the consultants and saying that that was just an absolute waste of time, that they were the ones that were just, there's really no purpose in it. And really, what I look at is the Sunset Commission is just another piece of government that was created, wasn't funded, and it really serves no purpose because ultimately we are responsible, we are the legislature. And we can go back and look at how many boards and commissions and agencies were eliminated last legislative biennium when the other side was in control. How many of those things were eliminated because you had full opportunity to go and eliminate all kinds of things if you wanted to go and vote to do that. We do that process in the legislative body here. We vote to approve and to fund these different boards, commissions, agencies each and every biennium. And if the other side wants to go and say that we need to have the Sunset Commission because we're not able to do our own work, well, that's just a difference of opinion, I guess. But last biennium, when you had complete control, you could have eliminated a whole lot of things, but you chose not to.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recommend a red vote on this amendment, and I want to echo what Representative Pepin has been saying. I sat on the State Government Finance Committee, and we never did hear a bill to eliminate the Sunset Commission. It was never discussed, and all of a sudden at the end, within the omnibus bill, there it was. When asked about it, Representative Murphy said, well, we just can't find the money. There's no money there for it. Yet when you look at the bill, we're spending about $39 million more, or $32 million more in state government finance. It's $32 million more than base, it's more than what the governor asked for, and it's a lot more than what the agencies themselves were asking for. Yes, we could have found money for the Sunset Commission. But I think there's a bigger picture here. You know, that last biennium, we had the zero-based budgeting bill. We had this Sunset Commission bill. We had these tools that were in the toolbox to help us determine when it was time to retire an agency or a commission or a board. Well, this year, we didn't pass the zero-based budgeting last year, and of course Representative Murphy did not hear Representative Howe's bill to have it introduced again this year. Instead, we went backwards. Instead, she put onto the bill the elimination of the Sunset Commission. We're going backwards, members. We're losing all these tools that are designed to help us determine when we need to reduce government, reduce the size of government, I should say. We need the Sunset Commission. We need it funded. Where are we going to have, what tools do we have? You can't rely only on the state auditor. You've got to look at every line item. That's what the zero-based budgeting bill was all about. And that's gone. We never even look at the base, do we? And I sit over here and I listen to these bills, these omnibus bills, and I'm going nuts. We never break down the base budgeting. We don't look at those line items. It was spent last time, add a few more bucks to it, and forget about it. And let's not review it with a Sunset Commission. Heck no. Keep government growing. We're sitting here at, 40,000 employees in state government? You had the figure the other day, Representative Drzkowski. This is the largest organization in the state. It's ridiculous. 25 years ago or 27 years ago, It was our Fortune 500s were the top 5 companies in this state, the top employers. Now you got government. Well, we had to have these tools in place to help us figure out which agencies we need to retire. It's an absolute mistake to be eliminating, I should say, the Sunset Commission. And I want to thank you, Representative Pepin, for all your work, your many terms working on this. And you thought it through. And it was a wonderful bill last year when we heard it. That, right alongside the zero-based budgeting, you're bringing in the tools that we needed for this body to determine how to spend its money. And what are you doing, the DFL, with your leadership, Mr. Speaker? Not only do you not pass zero-based budgeting, now you slowly, secretively, at the end of the whole process, you slapped it into the omnibus bill. And we never even heard that. We never even argued the pros and cons to that in our committee. You're going backwards. You're not using these tools. You don't care about whether we limit the size of government or not. It's totally obvious. Well, it's about time you turn it around. Because I'm telling you, people out there are listening. They're watching what's going on. And what is the governor going to do? And you're passing another $2.5 billion or $3 billion, and it's like, and what it is, it's the cut of 1,000 knives. All these fee increases across the board.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Hi there, Mr. Speaker. I'm just wondering on which order of business we're on.
We're on the Hansen amendment to the Pepin amendment.
And Mr. Speaker, a point of order.
Station.
I won't rise to a point of order, but I think it has been your inclination to remind the members of the body not to make accusation about people's motives, and you may want to do that again.
Okay.
Well, I'll continue. Members, if you pass this amendment to the amendment, you just go back to the status quo, and there are no tools in place to help us figure out how to right-size government. So I recommend voting no on this amendment.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think Representative Leidiger's line of discussion was the accurate one here. People in Minnesota wonder where this legislature is taking them. We know they're going to raise taxes by about $2.7 billion to spend somewhere in the neighborhood of $4 billion more, 11 or 12% more than the last biennium, making this the largest bloated budget in the history of the state of Minnesota. And members, in this bill, the part that we are amending has a bust of Nellie Stone Johnson for $30,000 of hardworking Minnesotans' taxpayers' money that we are going to extract from them to put a bust in the Capitol of some leader of the Democrat Party who was once, as I understand, a communist. And then we've got $600,000 for grants to the Minnesota Public Radio, which, as I understand, is also a lobbying organization. I'm looking at their reports, $1 million in lobbying a year. I haven't substantiated all of that. An organization that has net assets in the neighborhood of $104 million, Minnesota Public Radio. We're going to give $600,000 of hard-working Minnesota taxpayer money to them after we extract it from them, remove their ability to create jobs, remove it from their ability to feed their families, remove it from their ability to pay off college tuition, remove it from their ability to pay their mortgage off. That is what we are doing in this bill. And that is why Representative Pepin's amendment is so salient here. And then there was $150 million cut out of nursing homes. And that's in the bill. It's an HHS bill. Sorry, Madam Majority Leader. I made a mistake. And so we are at a point here where we are looking at what are the priorities of Minnesota. Is the priorities of Minnesota to allow us to go forward, remove the inhibitions to job creation that are plaguing this state, the inhibitions of over-taxation, the inhibitions of over-regulation? But no, each and every bill comes forward with more and higher taxes, higher spending, more regulation, more fees, more government employees to go out and be water cops and other types of things. How is this going to help Minnesota move forward? Instead, we're giving Minnesota Public Radio $620,000, to pay off the salaries of their 15 or so employees at the top. William Kling was paid $683,000 in 2010 as the head of Minnesota Public Radio. Mark Alfuth, $303,000. Joaquin Alvarado, $242,000. Thomas Keegan, $399,000. Judy McAlpine, $290,000. John McTaggart, $428,000. This is public information if you'd like to look it up, members. Mary Neese, $270,000. Timothy Ressler, $317,000. John Yore, $266,000. Mary Pat Ladner, $169,000. Christopher Worthington, $164,000. Mark Bundgaard, $221,000. Frederick Child, $190,000. Member Samuel Hudson, $199,000. Kaya Risdell, $241,000. Scott Tong, $299,000. Members, those are all salaries paid by Minnesota Public Radio to their top employees in their organization, and we are going to give them $620,000 of hardworking Minnesotans' taxpayer money that this legislature is going to extract from them in order to further subsidize Minnesota Public Radio. Members, Representative Pepin's amendment starts to correct that and takes a large portion of those dollars and puts it into something that is valuable, a commission that we formed 2 years ago that will actually look at the hundreds of boards and commissions that we have in the executive branch in state government that need to be thoroughly reviewed and many of them removed, so that we can lessen the liability on Minnesota taxpayers, so we can lessen the regulation on Minnesota businesses, so this state can move forward and create jobs again and become prosperous. That is the direction we need to go. That is the direction Minnesotans are yearning for as they approach their legislature, but that is not what we're seeing in the direction the Democrats are taking this institution. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask if Representative Sawatsky would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Sawatsky, I'm assuming you heard the salaries of Minnesota Public Radio and the fact that we are giving $620,000 to them. This amendment aims to correct that. Is this a good expenditure of taxpayer money to subsidize these salaries? Is this you're on the State Government Finance Committee. I'm wondering about the discussion and if that was something that came up in committee and what your views are on that these expenditures.
Representative Sawatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, that money is appropriated for Amber Alerts, which is to help locate children that are abducted. And so I would fully support that.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if Representative Sawatsky would yield again.
She will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Sawatsky, what I was asking about is the $610,000 this bill appropriates for Minnesota Public Radio in light of the fact that they are paying out $40 million in salary, compensation, employee benefits, and other related employee expenses. Among them, the 15 or so six-figure incomes that vary from $164,000 to $683,000 a year. Do you believe that that is a good use of those taxpayer dollars that we are going to extract from the poor people of Minnesota?
Representative Sawatsky.
Mr. Speaker, members, this money is being taken for equipment, for grants for Minnesota Public Radio, for Amber Alerts and emergency for the Amber Alert system.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apparently, Representative Sawatsky doesn't want to answer the question, and I understand that. Members, I would just encourage you to support Representative Pepin's amendment. It starts to bring some sanity and priorities back to one of the many bills that are misdirected here in the approach that we're taking in this legislature. Starts to bring and set priorities, the priorities of Minnesotans, rather than those of the special interests. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I see Representative Radinovich is back on the floor, so I'm wondering if Representative Radinovich would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Radinovich, I noticed that 22 Democrats want to do away with accountability and transparency in state government through the Sunset Commission, and it just so happens yours was one of the members, and you're a freshman member here. And so I'm wondering, when you were campaigning for office, if your constituents said, well, when you get there, Representative Radinovich, what I'd really like you to do is to take away accountability and transparency in government. Is that what your constituents told you, Representative Radinovich?
Representative Radinovich.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Pepin, I think that this is probably one of those questions that you might know the answer to. I don't expect that any of my constituents told me that, but I don't know that I necessarily agree with your assessment of the situation. I find myself in agreement with Representative Falk, who said that our job as legislators is to be that check and balance on government spending, and I view my role down here along those lines.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Radinovich, could you explain to us the process by which the state legislature can systematically review agencies of state government? What process we have to review each and every government program at a date certain? Could you explain to the legislature what that process is? Because, and if you can, I understand, because I don't know what the process is. Without the Sunset Commission, I don't know what the process is. But if you can tell me, if you can tell the legislature, I'd love to hear it.
Representative Radinovich.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Pepin, you know, I am a first-term member, and I've spent a lot of time dedicated to the education budget this year. I serve on the K-12 Finance Committee. And so, you know, my experience is through that budget process that we've been able to review the programs that our state funds, and we can assess whether those programs are effective or not. And indeed, we've made some pretty significant changes in the education department. And, you know, as I hope to gain more experience down here, I certainly hope to gain more expertise in other areas of the budget. Thank you.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Radinovich. And I understand that you're a freshman member. I hear you're doing a good job. But the problem is, Representative Radinovich, is that there is no process in place. We don't systematically look at everything in state government to see how it's spending. You look at the budget bill, you look at this, we look at the bill that's brought before us, but there is nothing in place that requires us to review every state agency and board without the Sunset Commission. There's nothing. So when you vote for the state government bill and you repeal the Sunset Commission, understand that you're repealing one of the tools, we talked about some of the others, the zero-based budgeting was one, I believe, too. One of the main tools that we have, mechanisms that we have to ensure accountability and transparency in government. But instead, the priorities that we're putting forward in the state government bill include a 7% increase in the budget for the legislature. So we're going to give us more money. We're going to give the legislature 7% more, but not a penny for the Sunset Commission to review accountability in government. We're going to give a 57% increase in spending for public broadcasting, but we're going to repeal the Sunset Commission instead of giving them $165,000 to properly staff it. We're going to give a 22% increase to management and budget. We're going to give a 46% increase to campaign finance board. But in the bill, we're going to repeal the Minnesota Sunset Commission. We're going to give a 10% increase for the Secretary of State's office. But if you vote for the bill without my amendment in, you're going to take away the ability of us to do our job properly for the citizens of Minnesota. The Lilly Amendment, or the Hansen Amendment, which I know I always get you two mixed up. The Hansen Amendment, again, going back, I just want to remind everybody what the Hansen Amendment says. It says the OLA must review the OLA for its success. Think about the nonsense of that. The Office of the Legislative Auditor should review the Office of the Legislative Auditor for success, to see if it's meeting the needs of the state agencies' boards, see if they're no longer needed. There's no date as to when they need to do this by. They're going to get some more money. And again, I don't mean to take anything away from them because they do great work. And they did great work for the Minnesota Sunset Commission. They did a wonderful function for us in allowing us to bring these issues forward. But this amendment to the amendment is empty. As Representative Leidiger said, it goes backwards. It does absolutely nothing. And by voting for this amendment to the amendment, you're voting against accountability. I want to remind you again of just one example. I encourage you to look at Representative Fisher's bill. 4 different state agencies dealing with water quality. 4. And so far it appears to me that the leadership's attempt to address issues of when we have overlapping government functions is not to look at government functions, see how we can consolidate it, but instead grow government even more. Grow it even more. Now, that isn't going to make sense to any of your constituents. We have 4 different agencies that look at water quality issues, and instead of consolidating them into one agency, what do? We add another agency to study the other 4 agencies that study water quality issues. This mechanism of the Sunset Commission is a great service to the citizens of Minnesota. But this amendment to the amendment, it's empty. It doesn't do anything. And I would ask you to vote against the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on the Hansen Amendment, all in favor of the amendment, say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. To the underlying amendment, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members know that I'm not on this committee that has this omnibus bill, but I just wanted to respond a little bit to Representative Pepin's discussion. It seems to me that this is one of those circumstances where the right hand just can't get it right. What we've got here, we had a little discussion in the tax committee about a bill that Representative Simonson is carrying to review tax expenditures. We spend millions and millions of dollars on tax preferences in this state without ever looking at them. And Representative Simonson's bill, which I've carried in the past, sets up a procedure to do that. Well, Representative Pepin, I think that if people don't like the mechanism that you've got here of this Sunset Commission, this is a problematic thing. It's not that people on this side don't want accountability, but you apparently don't want accountability when it comes to tax preferences. What happens to accountability and transparency when it's somebody getting a special tax preference? then we shouldn't look at those, then we shouldn't sunset those, then we shouldn't have a commission and have a recommendation every 10 years about whether we should continue that tax preference. So I think there's a little bit of inconsistency here. I don't want to use the H word, but inconsistency about how we're dealing with accountability and transparency. We as legislators have a responsibility to examine all of these things that the state is doing, and we do that through our legislative auditor. I didn't speak on the Hansen Amendment, but I totally disagree with Representative Pepin's reading of it. She kept reading part of the amendment and not the whole thing. Representative Hansen's amendment, which is now part of this amendment, is entirely reasonable because it's saying that the office of the legislative auditor should look at how successful it's been, but also recommend a process for ongoing review of opportunities to eliminate or curtail the activities of state agencies, boards, commissions, and programs that are no longer needed. Now, this might not be totally artfully drafted, but it's certainly a reasonable approach to do something that every member here really should care about, and I think does care about. But some of us, as our sacred cows, hold tax expenditures, tax preference as a sacred cow that can never be examined, no matter how much it is, no matter where these things are going, we can never take a look at those. But if it's a state agency, then we should sunset them. Well, Representative Pepin, as I said, I'm not on the committee that looks at this thing, or I'm not on the state government committee, but when we had that bill, the sunset bill, that was a pretty poor process, as I recall, because suddenly we had this bill that had to be passed.
Mr. Speaker?
And people then wanted to use it as a Christmas tree because they knew that the governor had to
Representative
sign
Loon.
it.
Thank you, Mr.
What
Speaker.
purpose do you rise?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, could you tell the body what point order of business we're currently on?
We are on the Pepin Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the right hand just cannot get it right, because you can stand over there and talk about what we all don't care about, but when somebody does it back, you just can't take it. It's really too hard to hear, isn't it? I mean, this is getting a little ridiculous. Everybody in this body wants transparency and everybody wants accountability, but we sure have a different way of going about it, and some of us have different sacred cows. But I seem to recall that when the Sunset Commission had its bill, that it became a Christmas tree because we knew that if it didn't get passed and signed,
Mr. Speaker,
that we were going to all be in trouble.
Representative Albright, what purpose do you rise?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of order.
Under Rule 2.31, offensive words in debate, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. State your advice.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Liebling, while passionate, I think has crossed the line over into some characterization of terms and the point of ridiculing or on the border of ridiculing body. I'd like just to raise that point of reference for the Speaker and for the members, sir.
All right. I find that the point of order is not well taken. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to wrap up here because I know we need to vote on this. But I just sit here day after day and listen to the right blasting us, and we, want to get to a vote sometimes and get our business done, so sometimes I don't say anything. But this is the day that I decided it's just too much, because I sat in tax committee and heard a member who today is high and mighty about transparency and accountability, not wanting to examine tax preferences. And just offended. She said she was offended that we would want to examine tax preferences. So that's all I have to say, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Liebling. I thank you for bringing up that bill, the Simonson bill, because when the Simonson bill came forward on the tax committee, which you and I serve on, we had an opportunity to listen to it, and Representative Simonson pointed out that it was a model of the Sunset Commission. But the problem, Representative Liebling, is while his bill, and I believe, even though this is off tangent, since Representative Liebling was off tangent, I can address the issue, but Representative Liebling, what Representative Simonson's bill did was sunset every single tax deduction in the state of Minnesota, every single one. Charitable deductions, gone. Mortgage deduction, gone. Everything, sunset it, which is fine. I said I believe in committee that I was open to that. But the problem, Representative Liebling, while we took away in that bill every single tax deduction, you call it an expenditure, I call it a deduction, every single tax deduction that allows the people of Minnesota to escape the high taxes that we have. Every one. I read a list of them in committee. Think of all the tax deductions you have. That bill did away with all of them, but you know what it didn't do, Representative Liebling? It didn't look at the other side of the equation. It didn't force the state of Minnesota to look at tax increases. When a tax bill, as you know, increases taxes by $2.65 million, but Representative Simonson's bill wouldn't address that. No, it only looked at the deductions. It would only take deductions away from the hardworking Minnesotans, but it wouldn't force government to look at the spending increases, not held to the same accountability. So to compare that bill to the Sunset Commission, Representative Liebling, is offensive, because that only dealt with half of the equation. And I tell you, Representative Liebling, if you want to take away the deductions and then put the other side of the equation in, I would be willing to talk to you about that. I'd be willing to talk to you about that because, frankly, as far as taxes come, our taxes are far too high in Minnesota. And the reason that all these deductions are in there, hundreds of them, I believe, is to give exceptions for our hardworking families so that they're not burdened in an overwhelming tax situation. And so I'd be more than happy. What we ought to do is we ought to lower the taxes, and I'd be happy to do away with individual deductions if we were to put a reasonable tax rate. But I digress, Mr. Speaker, but only because Representative Liebling went off tangent. So getting back to the matter at hand, what we have now in front of us is a watered-down version that asks the Office of the Legislative Auditor to review the Office of the Legislative Auditor to see how good of a job the Office of the Legislative Auditor is doing. Good job, Office of the Legislative Auditor. You did great work in providing the legislature with recommendations. But it doesn't take away from the fact that it gives us no mechanism, none. It allows every agency, every board, every commission to go on into infinity if it doesn't have a specific sunset. It allows us to wash our hands of ever reviewing to see if we've got accountability in government. And instead it just allows the Office of the Legislative Auditor to review the Office of the Legislative Auditor. So while my amendment would have given you the opportunity to properly fund the Sunset Commission, $165,000 to properly fund and staff the Sunset Commission so that we could look at a process something like Texas that have saved almost $1 billion. You've decided that after 1 year, the Sunset Commission doesn't deserve to go on anymore. You've concluded it's a failure. First, you didn't give it the proper funding. And then, on the Sunset Commission, every Democrat voted against every bill that we tried to sunset. Instead of trying to fix the Sunset Commission to make it so that it's successful and workable, what we tried to do last year in good faith, because it should be a bipartisan group, and it shouldn't be a partisan group, it should be a group of legislators who want to do right by the people of Minnesota. This doesn't have anything to do with which side of the aisle you're on. We should all want to be accountable. We should all want to make sure there's transparency in government. But instead of giving $165,000 to the Minnesota Sunset Commission and taking that money from the Nellie Stone Johnson communist bust and taking it from additional grants to Minnesota Public Radio, instead of doing that, we're going to sunset the Sunset Commission. So, at this time, Mr. Speaker, I think I will withdraw this amendment and let members vote for the state government bill, where when they vote for the state government finance bill, they will be affirmatively voting to repeal the Minnesota Sunset Commission. affirmatively voting to do away with one of our only mechanisms to ensure accountability and transparency in government. So at this time, Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw the amendment.
Representative Pepin withdraws her amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Detmer moving to amend Senate File 1589, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 824.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the 824 amendment, first of all, I have an amendment to the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
No, I know.
This is
Okay. Okay, state it's a modification to the amendment.
Do you want me to go through the amendment first, then the amendment to the amendment?
My understanding is there's an amendment to the amendment, but there's also a modification you want to make to the amendment, so we'll take the modification first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thought that was already done. I looked at the amendment, and it already had been changed. If you look online, it's already been changed. It's already been changed.
It's not in the language that's, I don't think, in front of people right now. The clerk will report the modification.
on the Detmer amendment on page 1, line 6. This is it's the first one. It's not the first. The second, delete in line 6, delete it and put insert. So it should read and insert.
All right, to the modified amendment. Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 824 amendment basically promotes the jobs for our veterans and the job skill development funding for the following activities. We have $250,000 for additional general fund for the Minnesota GI Bill, and also we have $300,000 general fund for the MNSCU one time for the 2014 Veterans Program, funding for the Veterans Education Registration Reintegration Program. And we also have $350,000 to the Commissioner for Veterans Affairs to distribute for bonuses for our employees, for employers, who up to $3,500 for hiring and unemployed veterans. And I request a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Persell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to a point of order on 4.03H that we're moving money around here in the targets, and that's against the rules that we've set up to follow.
4.03, Pat.
Representative Detmer.
Mr. Speaker, advice?
State your advice.
Well, I can recall the beginning of the session in committee, Chair Murphy turned to me and said, Representative Detmer, what do you think about having a omnibus bill just for veterans? You know, we've done a lot of talking today, and if we could have put together, which I did, an omnibus bill just for veterans, we wouldn't be doing all the hassling on the House floor that we're doing right now. Being able to move money around in an omnibus bill, I think, is important. And I know that the policy that the other side of the aisle has put forward this year restricts us from doing that. But I think it's important that we take care and fund the act, do some prioritizing in our funding in this omnibus bill. That's my advice.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Advice. When you look at the House rules under 4.03, and it talks about setting the budget target resolution, it states that it cannot set any limits outside of those in paragraph B items 1 through 4. And under 3, it says must set net spending limits for each budget category represented by the major finance and revenue bills identified in paragraph E. When you go to paragraph E, it states the State Government and Veterans Affairs Finance Bill. They are not separate bills. I'm not sure where in the rules you're getting this sub-target in the rules. Certainly there was a sub-target set in Ways and Means, but a sub-target is not addressed under paragraph E, the list of the major finance and revenue bills.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, this was a discussion that we had on an earlier amendment, and I would hope your ruling would be the same. The Ways and Means Committee, in passing the House Budget Resolution, did in fact set separate targets in this bill, one for state government finance and one for veterans. So I would argue the same way I argued before, according to Rule 4.03, that the point of order should not be, or should be well taken.
Representative Quam.
Are you taking advice, Mr. Speaker?
State your advice.
It's advice and a question. Are we running under the rules that we adopted or the rules of each specific committee?
All right. Having listened to the advice of Representative Holberg and Detmer and Quam and Carlson and Persell, having reviewed the budget resolution and the amendment and rules 4.03, I find that the point of order is well taken. There's another amendment at the desk.
I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Representative Doubt appeals the ruling of the chair.
Can I request a roll call?
Seeing 10 hands, we will have that. There will be a roll call. Seeing 15 hands. The question before the body is whether the ruling of the Speaker shall be upheld. A green vote would be upholding the ruling of the Speaker. A red vote is against the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, members, there is no setting forth of sub-targets under the rules. It says that they can only be constrained by those items in 1 through 4 of paragraph B of 4.03, and that those sections of the rules do not recognize sub-targets within the targets.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, Mary Liz is kind of the expert on this, and when we, you know, obviously we use these rules to conduct the business of this body. We need to follow those rules, and the language just isn't here to allow for sub-targets. And literally it shows under paragraph E that these bills are one bill. There's not two separate bills. There's not a separate sub-target or separate targets for each part of this bill. It's one target for the bill and for these two areas together. So there's certainly nothing in these rules, and I invite you all to read them. You know, read through the stuff that Mary Liz just addressed. Read through the pertinent paragraphs. Maybe the member that originally made this motion can stand up and tell us where in this rule he sees language that literally says there's a sub-target. Because it doesn't show that. So I invite you to read the rules, and we need to follow the rules. And there isn't a sub-target within this bill. I mean, I know that the Ways and Means Committee had a sub-target, but the rules that govern us here on the House floor don't differentiate that. They put them together, and those are the real rules that really dictate and govern how we operate this body. And I know we've had problems in the past with the rules, but now is our opportunity to right the ship. Now is our opportunity to say, yep, we see that, it's pretty clear, and allow this amendment to proceed, because we certainly want to make sure that we're following the rules. So I would encourage members to overturn the ruling of the chair.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I'm looking at the budget resolution from Ways and Means that lays out both a target for the state government finance bill and a sub-target for Veterans Affairs. And as I look at Rule 4.03H, it states after the adoption of a resolution by the Committee on Ways and Means, an amendment to a bill is out of order if it would cause any of the limits specified in the resolution to be exceeded. Mr. Speaker and members, I would ask that we uphold the ruling of the Speaker.
So the question before the body is whether the ruling of the Speaker shall be upheld. A green vote affirms the ruling of the Speaker. A red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 72 ayes and 56 nays, it is the judgment of the body that the ruling of the Speaker shall be upheld. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Holberg moving to amend Senate File 1589, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A25.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, we recently learned that Minnesota Department of Revenue, starting in 2014, is planning on discontinuing their submitting of refunds to taxpayers by check and substituting that with debit cards. We also found out that there's little to no standards around this practice. They will continue to allow taxpayers to choose to have refunds direct deposited into their checking accounts, but for an individual with no checking account, the only option will be to receive a debit card. The information held by the Department of Revenue is some of the most protected information on individuals in the state of Minnesota. Use of a debit card will allow somebody, whether it's the Department of Revenue or a contractor, to track the expenditures of individuals' private information, their money, where they spend that money. In other words, when they get a debit card, where they choose to spend that will go into a database in order to track the balance of the card, and for cases of fraud or abuse, or in the case of a lost card, if there was a balance remaining. So somewhere that information will be held. Unfortunately, quite often, we find ourselves as public policy makers really behind the curve when it comes to innovations of technology and new ways of doing business. And I believe that this is one of those instances where this is definitely the case, in that we have no standards around this type of program to protect the private information of our citizens when they're basically spending their own money. What this amendment would do is it would put on hold for 1 year the Department of Revenue's ability to use these debit cards, and have the Department of Revenue report back to various members of the legislature what standards and procedures they propose to put in place to protect this information. And my amendment does not prohibit the use of the debit cards, but allows us as policymakers to have a look-see to the standards that they're proposing under this new way of doing business, so that we might have the opportunity to respond and whether or not we feel there are adequate protections in place for this new way of doing business. And I would appreciate your support.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Murphy E. moving to amend the Holberg Amendment to Senate File 1589 as follows. The amendment is coded A38.
Representative Murphy.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Holberg, it was sent from Murphy E.'s account, but Murphy M. was there. Amendment
Did you change that?
25 or A38 is an amendment that does exactly what Representative Holberg's asking for, except it allows them to continue on schedule with the debit cards. After the first hearing, I had a meeting with the representatives from the Department of Revenue, and we talked about this, and some of the qualms that I had about the debit cards were answered, and I think that my questions were all answered, and the department had said there would be a $475,000 annual savings, and that's figured into our budget, which is balanced. And the things that Representative Holberg is asking for are things that I would like to see the answers to. And so this allows the reports to be made to us, but it also allows the department to proceed with the debit cards.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, Representative Murphy, had I known it was your amendment, I would have spoke to you about this before now. My apologies. I didn't know that it was your amendment. I would ask a roll call vote on this amendment, please.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, the problem with this amendment is that this would allow the Department of Revenue to go forward with 2014. So by the time we were ever back in session or received the report, the whole policy and procedures and implementation would be in effect. And I too had a meeting with representatives of the Department of Revenue, and certainly my questions were not answered. They weren't able to tell me, would the government hold the data on the expenditures of these people that didn't have a checking account and their only way to get their money back was through a debit card? Or it would be a company that was contracted with. And members, I just think that we have seen so many examples of abuse of databases at the state level that it is our duty as lawmakers and policymakers to make sure that before the Department of Revenue embarks on this new way of business, that the privacy standards that we expect for our taxpayers are in place. A vote yes on the Murphy amendment to my amendment would not allow that to happen. The department, by the time we got back into session, could actually have sold all their check-making machines. And so, members, this is just a one-year timeout. Let's have the discussion. Let's do it right. Let's all be on the same page so that a year from now, we don't have our constituents all upset with us because the Department of Revenue is collecting information on them that they have no business having. So, members, I would really encourage, and Representative Murphy, I hate to ask people to vote against your amendment, but the privacy of our taxpayers are at stake here, and that to allow the Department of Revenue to go forward without these standards in place, I think is not a good option.
Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
and members, I rise in support of Representative Holberg. One of the other things to consider with these cards, if we don't take some time to review them, is many of our convenience stores and so forth do not quite have the capabilities as you get down to the lower dollar amounts. So let's say you have $10, $15 left on your rebate, and you go in there to charge $25. They will simply just tell you that you don't have the money, and so there you'll have to come up with cash or you'll have to put another credit card down. Effectively what happens, and corporations are doing this, that money will just stay out there. We'll get to a point where the state of Minnesota will just have this unused reserve funds similar to what we have the unclaimed freight, except now we'll have it in unused tax dollars. And we're going to have a whole other situation to deal with. So until some of the technology catches up, I mean, can you imagine having $3 left on your card or $1.50 left? Where do you find a place to spend that? And that adds up. So there are some problems, and I absolutely rise in support of Representative Holberg and the idea of taking a timeout.
The member from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of Representative Holberg's amendment and would ask would ask you to vote against Representative Murphy's amendment. You know, we all represent a lot of senior citizens, and you folks know as well as I do that they like getting that check in the mail. They don't, in a lot of cases, they don't even like having direct deposit. And I think it's also safe to say that there's a lot of our senior citizens who are really not very comfortable with the debit card. And I think that, with all due respect to Representative Murphy, I would hope that we could put the brakes on this for a minute and take another look at this proposal to make sure that we're doing something that we really want to do. I appreciate the sincerity of people in this case, but I think that we need to think carefully about what we're doing. Thank you.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, in my meeting, Representative, I'm one of those people, no direct deposit and paper check. In my meeting, I was assured that there's over 103,000 places in Minnesota that are Visa authorized. So people that receive the debit card can go to one of these 103,000 Visa authorized places and bring their debit cards, and it will be honored. I was also told, Representative Holberg, and I wrote it down, we won't do away with our ability to issue paper checks. So I don't think they're going to be selling their check machines.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Loon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to offer a few comments in favor of Representative Holberg's amendment and in opposition to the one Representative Murphy is proposing. And I think just from it's kind of a reasonableness standard here, why ask for a study and then allow the process to go forward before the study is known? I mean, when I grew up on a farm, that was kind of like closing the barn doors after the horse was out. I think, where the department is trying to go into streamlining refunds, finding more secure ways of doing that is a good thing. But there are some very serious questions here that Representative Holberg has brought forward with regards to the security of those debit cards, the personal information that may be on those, the ability of consumers to use those, and what happens to the data, and just the whole security of that system. Representative Krisha also offered another good point for consideration. All of those things could be outlined in a study. So I don't think we're doing anything to impede the ability of the Department of Revenue from making plans for a more efficient system. But let's get the results of that study before we plunge forward and then have to possibly pull back on something that is problematic for the state's taxpayers.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will Representative Mary Murphy yield?
She will. Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Murphy, when I met with the Department of Revenue folks, there were many unanswered questions. So maybe you met after we did, or maybe they brought somebody else to your meeting that they didn't bring to my meeting, but maybe you have some of the answers to my questions that they didn't have. For an individual that doesn't have a checking account and gets a debit card, they said that they could bring it to a bank and get cash. When I asked them if there would be a prohibition of charging a fee for that, they weren't able to respond definitively. Did they tell you whether or not there'd be a prohibition of charging a fee to get cash for the balance on the debit card?
Representative Murphy.
I don't remember discussing that.
Representative Holberg.
And Madam Speaker and members, many people that don't have a checking account go to check cashing places that provide the ability to make transactions, and they charge a variety of fees for that service. And so part of the problem here is that the Department of Revenue may very well need legislation to assure that these particular debit cards don't come with a lot of fees. Even if you wanted to just get cash, is the bank going to charge a fee for that? Are all banks going to be required to hand over the cash or the value of the debit card, no matter if you're a customer of that bank or not? Is there going to be a prohibition of charging fees for transactions on a particular debit card? How many years will the value of the debit card be good? Will it be good for 2 years, 6 years, 10 years? What will be the processes and procedures for if you lose your card? What are the liability standards for if somebody uses your card without authorization? These are all things that should be discussed and determined before this plan is put in place. If the Murphy Amendment is adopted, the plan will go into place. It'll be worked on between now and January 1st of 14, and by the time we come back into session, if there's major issues that concern us as policymakers and have adverse consequences for the taxpayers of Minnesota, it will be too late.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My concern here is that we're letting an agency dictate what the legislature does, and it should be the other way around. And folks, we're the ones that go through this thoughtful process, and we're the ones that fund them, and we're the ones that really should be telling them what is okay and what is not okay to do. And I think there have been some really, really valid points brought up here today, and I think that we need to approach with caution. And I also believe that if the Department of Revenue goes ahead with this program, they're going to be implementing probably this program to implement will probably cost money, and then if we have to backtrack because something isn't working, then that's going to cost money. So why not take a cautious attitude of let's take a year off and get some of these questions answered before we move forward. And so I just encourage you to vote no on the Representative Mary Murphy amendment and vote yes on the Holberg amendment. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that Visa might be handled in, 100 and some odd thousand locations, but there are a lot of locations that just take cash. I know the girls each summer down the street that are selling lemonade, they don't have a machine to run it, and there are a lot of small businesses and rural businesses that don't accept anything but cash. So I like the option of cash.
Representative Murphy.
Madam Speaker, Representative Holberg, the questions that you brought out are excellent questions and should be answered, and they should be answered during the conference committee process, and I am committed to finding the answers. I don't know if anyone would be reassured by that, but I think that we should proceed with the Murphy Amendment with the questions that Representative Holberg has asked before and now. And since the time that this discussion has taken place, I have been assured that none of these 103,000 Visa authorized places that was mentioned to me that will accept these debit cards charge a fee. The Deputy Commissioner sent that information in. The Department of Human Services, Department of Unemployment, I don't know what they're called, but people receive unemployment debit cards, and they are working. I think that the fraud issue that has been brought out and the other problems that have been mentioned, that's the reason I said that the reports should continue, because we should have an early report if the cards go into place, and then we still have the Holberg language in place. We will have an early report to find out what is happening with the early issuance, and if we have to make any corrections immediately. It's all the things that we've talked about this afternoon. Accountability. You shouldn't have to wait a long period of time. I think this bill needs both. It needs the $475,000 annual savings, and it needs the questions that Representative Holberg brings out answered after the issuance of the first debit cards.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Representative Quam would yield for a question.
He will. Representative Yaruso.
You mentioned places that only take cash. So does the lemonade stand down the street or the coffee shop or whatever, are they going to take the paper check for somebody's refund and give you cash back?
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, I have seen some that will take checks as cash, and when we're talking businesses. I know the Girl Scouts and many of the others that come by my door take cash or check, but not a card. So I would say yes on some.
Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That wasn't quite the question. Will they take the paper check from the state and give you change back?
Would you like him to yield again?
Yes, please. Thank you. I forgot to ask that.
He will. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think they're paying taxes, so it might not apply to them, but I believe that they would accept payment from anybody, but they tend to be scared of strangers. So I know local people, they trust us. I can't speak for them whether they would trust someone from the state.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the author of this amendment yield for a question?
The author of the amendment to the amendment will yield. Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker. I know that we talked about that there be no fees for the person carrying the card, but if it's a Visa transaction, I know that the retailer does have to pay a fee when it issues those dollars. Do we have any information as to whether or not that fee would be more or less than them accepting a paper check?
Representative Murphy.
He didn't send that information in. Madam Speaker, Representative.
Representative Petersburg.
I think that again shows just another issue of why we really needed the information.
Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 62 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the amendment. Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Driscoll and others moving to amend Senate File 1589, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A4.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This is really a simple little clarification. In the budget bill that we're looking at, the Omnibus bill, it establishes what we're referring to as the Office of Enterprise Funds for the State Auditor's Office, which means that those funds will no longer be surrendered by the auditor to the general fund. And the state auditor will be able to keep those funds and spend it as self-directed by the state auditor. My amendment simply says that the state auditor cannot increase those fees as a trade-off for the legislature abdicating the authority for appropriation on those funds, and that the auditor's office would just simply have to submit to us a fee schedule for our review and approval here in the legislature, and so I ask for your support.
Representative Murphy. Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate this. You know, I appreciate what Representative O'Driscoll is trying to do here. The state auditor, though, there are a lot of other accountability provisions that are built into the law right now. So this probably isn't necessary. Representative O'Driscoll, I'm interested in working with you on this and other related issues to the office. But at this point, at this time, this probably isn't the way to go. So I urge a no vote.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, Madam Speaker, before I forget, I would think this is important that we have to have a roll call on this one. I would thought that we would have lots of folks just stepping up and saying that if we're going to abdicate our authority for over $1.5 million from the legislature to the state auditor's office, we would like to have a little bit of control over how those funds are spent. And I'm really kind of disappointed. I have a lot of respect for Representative Simon and have worked on a number of matters with him successfully. And he and I are going to have a disagreement here today on how we want to execute our authority here in the legislature. I need to remind members, and particularly the freshmen and those who are newer, it is the job and mission of the legislature to appropriate the funds, whether those be constitutional officers or other branches of the government. And we've been doing an awful lot of fee schedules and one-offs, if you will, for different departments to have dedicated funds. This is one of those. For some of the friends on my side of the aisle, they may be happy about that because they're working the legislature out of business, and that may reduce state government as a result of that. But I think that there's a better way to do that than to abdicate our constitutional obligations. So I encourage members to vote green. Thank you.
Representative O'Driscoll requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend Senate File 1589. The unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A5.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, contained in this bill is a little item that says that the legislature, if we come to a shutdown situation, the appropriations for all the agencies will continue until the following year. In fact, not just to the following year, but to the following end of the fiscal year. So July 1st, basically, it would go from July 1st to July 1st. And, you know, I have concerns with that on many different levels. One, I think that it abdicates our responsibility as the legislature to figure out what our budget is going to be. And as we heard here on the floor just a few moments ago from Representative Morgan, people with election certificates need to make the decisions that are necessary. And that's his quote from today. And that's what I think that we should do. But out of respect for Representative Murphy and her caucus, I'm trying to find a middle ground here. And so I just have in my amendment that we would need to have some kind of action taken by this body that's elected to do this work, that is to balance the budget, and that it be taken care of by February 15th of the following year. So that's all that my amendment does. I ask for your support, and I would ask for a roll call too, please.
Representative Anderson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Murphy.
Madam Speaker, I oppose this, but Representative Anderson, if you could tell what would happen on the 15th of February.
Are you asking her to yield?
Thank you.
Representative Anderson will yield. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Murphy, by the 15th of the following year, what happens is that we stop the continuation of the appropriations with the idea that it forces us to actually do our job. Our job as a legislature is to balance the budget. We spend the entire first year that we're elected to this body, the odd year, balancing the budget. It's the whole reason that we have February forecast, November forecast. It's the whole reason that we set budget targets. This is what we are elected to do. We are responsible for figuring out the finances of the state. So that's what this amendment would do.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's just a couple other things, too, that I think that members need to be aware of if we do not pass this amendment and what would happen to us. If we actually run into problems with our cash flow, and that is a very real possibility, what happens is the state has 4 different options that they can access for managing the cash flow. So if we run into a problem of a cash flow account after this gets put in place, then our only options are this: taking it out of the statutory general fund to refill the cash flow account. We've got delaying the University of Minnesota payments. And we also have a tax refund delay, and then issuing certificates of indebtedness, bonds. So I don't know about you, but I don't think it's a good practice as a state to say that we're going to issue bonds because we weren't able to come to an agreement and that we're just going to put government on automatic pilot. I don't think that's a good thing that we want to do. And when we're talking about tax refunds, we're not just talking about your tax refund that you get here after filing your taxes here on April 15th. We're actually talking about tax refunds that folks get, say, for example, where are my notes here? Let's see. If you've got the dependent child care credit and the K-12 education credit, they are refunded when returns are filed. So you would have a situation where those funds would be delayed because the cash flow account is in trouble. Then you also have the issue of, as the language is written in this bill right now, what would happen is we would be basing the appropriations off of the February forecast. Now, unfortunately, things have happened in our economy where we find come November, things have tanked quite a bit. So if we take a nosedive in our economy from February to November, then we would have a situation where we would have, and on top of that, if you had the Health and Human Services use of it increase, you would have a situation where you would actually have to turn away people from services. Because in here you've said that you're going to have the agencies to determine and make their adjustments based upon what the revenues are available. So not only are you putting government on automatic pilot and abdicating your responsibility as a legislator, but you're also saying, hey, if we're in trouble, tough luck, you come to Minnesota and you need some help, we're going to have to turn you away. I think this is the wrong approach to budgeting. I think it puts us in a world of hurt. If we have to actually issue bonds, it also impacts our bond rating, which is pretty important because that also impacts our school districts and their ability to bond and how much they have to pay for those bonds. So if you don't want a tax increase, if you don't want to impact negatively the people of Minnesota, I encourage you to vote for this amendment because the language as written is not helpful. Thanks, folks.
Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker and members, I oppose this amendment. I think we need to leave the continuing resolution as it is. This is designed for only one thing, and that's to address that abrupt barrier that we get on May 20th so that we stop negotiations and we have to go to a special session. The special session that we had last year, last biennium, and hopefully we're not going to have another one, was incredibly expensive to the state. And you know, we know the expense that we had. I mean, this fact that all of our state parks were closed over the busiest weekend of the whole year. We had this whole sense of what the so someone did a balance and they said, well, we didn't pay state employees for all this point. What all of us know, because we know by listening to the conversations around us, that it was also extremely expensive in terms of workers' effectiveness. That the workers' effectiveness, as they were trying to redo their vacations and trying to figure out what they would do, leaving this language in as it is does not hopefully only gives us those extra few days we need to come to an assumption. It was interesting because at the time that we ended up having the special session, I had put in a bill to do this. I've done it several years through Republican administrations, Democratic, since the first time we had a special session. Because one of the things that happened was that in our neighboring state of Wisconsin that has legislation similar to this, their legislature didn't come to an agreement, but they didn't have a special session because of this continuing appropriation. And even though towards the end of the session, there were several, and I don't know, I don't have those bills, so I don't know if you signed on to some of them, but there are a bunch of members of the majority caucus who put in similar bills at the end of the session, which it was too late, because at that point it's clearly right at the bargaining point. Having this in early so that we know that it's there, and having it and giving us that extra time is good public policy. Now, I know there are people who think you've got to have this absolute deadline or you can't come to any agreement. But, you know, I think that sometimes you just need an extra couple of hours or an extra couple of days, and it's really nice not to have, just because we're conflicted here and in a crisis here and can't come to an agreement, that the rest of the state has to pay for it. So I would urge a vote against the Anderson amendment.
The clerk will take the roll.
Madam Speaker, I was standing, please.
I didn't see you were in a roll call.
Madam Speaker, I am standing here to be recognized. It is very uncommon and not the course of this legislature to not recognize the author of the amendment. Are you ready?
Representative Anderson, we're in a roll call.
Madam Speaker, I am standing to be recognized to respond to Representative Khan's comments as the author of this amendment. It is not the custom and usage of this legislature to not recognize the author of the amendment so they have a chance to respond to the comments made by somebody else on their own amendment.
Right now, you're out of order. When the roll call is over, then
Point of order, Madam
I will
Speaker.
recognize you and we can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I think you can close the board and let the member speak. Too often in this House floor,
Representative
we've had the Speaker
Dowd,
not representing
you're out of
members.
order.
Madam
When the-
Speaker, you're out of order. Too many
I am
times
not-
on this House floor, we've had members of this body who have not been recognized when they've been
Representative
standing.
Dowd, when the roll call is over, I will recognize Representative Anderson. We can reconsider it and go back to her. I didn't see her. That's the proper procedure, and that is frequently done in this body. When we're in the middle of a roll call, we don't stop the roll call.
Madam Speaker, members, I was standing for quite some time while Representative Khan spoke, but I will respond to what her comments are. A couple of things that you need to consider.
Representative Anderson, you're out of order.
You
As soon as the
recognize
as soon as the roll call is over, I will.
Are you kidding me? Okay, point of order, Madam Speaker.
The clerk will close the roll.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
There being 0 ayes and 55 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Representative Anderson.
Point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
I have never seen this in the history of the legislature happen. I am disappointed in you, Representative Hortman, in particular. I was standing the entire time that she was giving her presentation in response to my amendment, and to not be recognized is an affront to this entire body.
Madam Speaker.
No, I am talking. I cannot believe that this happened just now. You need to think about what this means for this body. We have custom and usage. I am the author of this amendment, and to not be given the opportunity to speak to this is very disappointing.
Representative Anderson, I apologize. Often when a speaker will go to a vote, the vote will be reconsidered. And the speaker is not always able to see everyone on the floor, although she or he may do their best. Representative Khan, for what purpose do you rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
Representative Khan, please make your motion.
As having voted on the prevailing side of this vote, I move to reconsider the vote.
Representative Khan moves to reconsider the vote on the Anderson amendment. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. We are on the Anderson amendment. Discussion. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, what you need to consider when you're looking at this amendment is this. If we do not change the language in this bill right now, and we have a situation where our economy tanks from February into the next budget forecast of November, you would have people that receive health and human services that would be turned away. So if you want to turn away people in the state of Minnesota and say that they don't get help when they need it the most, I would encourage you to vote for this amendment. Thank you for your time.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank Representative Khan for making that motion to reconsider and for the Democrats who supported it.
Yes.
We need to make sure that this place operates with some respect and some decorum. And I want to apologize to the chair for my comments, but a few times we've had members of this body who have not been recognized, and I hope that it's not the intent to oversee them or not to see them. But I've noticed also that we haven't, as debate is wrapping up, the chair has not asked or the speaker has not asked, is there any further discussion? And the custom and usage of this House has been that the speaker traditionally does that because a member may think their name is on your list up there to be heard, and they may sit back down. They may think that you saw them. So I think it's just respectful for all of us if there is a question from the speaker as we think debate is wrapping up to simply ask, is there any further discussion? That's been the tradition of the House, and I hope that we can continue that. And I think that might eliminate this sort of problem from happening. So thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And, to the amendment, I, of course, am going to ask you to vote against it. And I think the antidote to the concerns being expressed in the amendment is to make sure that we don't ever let the government go to shutdown. To the conduct I haven't been up in the chair before, but I know there's a lot going on the floor, and I take the Speaker at her word that she missed Representative Anderson, and she was also clear when she realized it that she was going to allow for Representative Anderson to speak and for a motion to reconsider, which happened. So I would like to say that there are times when people do things and they don't do them with malintent. And I think that if we all take a deep breath now, we'll realize that we got to the place that we needed to go and that we should move forward with the vote. Thank you.
Representative Daudt.
Madam Speaker, I'd request a roll call on the amendment.
Representative Daudt requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Is there any further discussion to the A5 amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the A5 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Moving to amend Senate File 1589, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A6.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, members, we had a good debate about a piece of this bill regarding saving money through use of the debit cards, although I might disagree with how it's moved forward. It certainly has to be lauded that we are looking for ways to save money in our budget. The same thing can be said of making sure that we're saving money in the budgets of the governments closer to the constituents that we have in our county budgets in our city. And I was somewhat surprised that my esteemed colleague, Representative Joel Driscoll, didn't use it, since it really was his. I put my name on it on a letter that you have from Benton County, so he could use it for his argument regarding limitations on fees. I want to draw your attention to a letter that you all received from Benton County. And this was an appeal to the governor regarding the state auditor's determination that the county of Benton, or Benton County, was going to have to go back under an audit performed by the state auditor rather than the private firm that they were using. I want to draw your attention. There's just a couple of places in the third and fourth paragraphs that delineate how much money could be saved in one county alone if they were allowed to continue to use an outside CPA firm, a private CPA. In the first year, in 2006, by the way, when the auditor deemed that it was okay for them to go out, and I will mention that there are about 24 counties out of all the counties in the state of Minnesota that use this private CPA firm, that in that first year they saved $12,400 over the previous year when the audit was conducted by the auditor's office. Now, on page 12 of the auditor or the county's handbook, it talks about how this process of the state auditor determining whether or not they would go back under the state auditor or stay out from to the CPA. But the state auditor, all they had to do, or she had to do, was to notify the county the year before the audit, calendar year before the audit, or the end of their fiscal year, that they were going to come back under her, or the state auditor's office, rather than going to the CPA company that they went out and contracted to do. By the way, as the letter states, they went out and they received 5 different bids in order to perform that audit. Seems pretty smart on their part, going to get a competitive bid to make sure they're saving as much taxpayer dollars as they could. But in this new request that they come back under the state auditor, from what the bid showed that they were going to spend with the CPA firm that they had contracted. It's going to cost the Benton County people, the taxpayers of Benton County, an additional $18,800. What this amendment does, Madam Speaker, is just making sure that the counties have a level playing field when determining whether or not they're going to come back under the state auditor or stay out. And members, I appeal to you, if we're really looking for saving money. Now, this bill was heard 2 years ago. This was the Representative Rich Murray bill. And I heard it was a privatization bill. It has nothing to do with privatization. This was a county that already has the ability, has been using it since 2006. It would allow this county to continue to use an outside firm and save that kind of money. You can extrapolate the numbers over the last 6 years and very easily come up with, they saved the taxpayers of Benton County over $60,000. Now multiply that by the number of counties that are out there. Do we really want to encumber our taxpayers just because we want the state auditor to have this ability? Which, by the way, the amendment does not in any shape or form take away the responsibility of the state auditor, if there is a problem with an audit, to come in and review the audit and even potentially force them back into an audit situation. So members, this is a good amendment. In the same way that the bill that we just discussed saves the taxpayers of Minnesota over $460-some thousand. You do the math. 24 times the potential of $15,000 to $20,000 apiece, and we're talking of a substantial amount of money that can be saved by your taxpayers. Thank you. Madam Speaker, a roll call, please.
Representative Benson requests a roll call. Seeing approximately 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And since Representative Benson used my name and kind of his setup, the reason I didn't talk about this is the pages were still in the process of bringing this about. And I was surprised, and that's one of the reasons why I wasn't surprised that the pages were bringing it. I was surprised that we didn't get more support on my amendment from before. With the Audited Enterprise Fund, just to kind of go back into a little bit of recent history on this, because we didn't approve my amendment, what happened was it says to the auditor, you can go ahead and put your own fee structure together. And now the auditor is starting to tell counties that they're going to take their waiver away from being able to have a private audit firm do this. And as Representative Benson and myself will attest to by the letter that you have, it's going to cost the counties more. And without getting into too much, if you will, minutia on this, but if we're going to pay more in county program aid so that they can pay the state auditor to bring that money back to the state coffers, why it seems to be kind of in the spreadsheet world, the circle formula that's going on with this. And so we didn't have a chance to put a fee cap on with the state auditor and the enterprise fund. I'm hoping that members will go ahead and at least support the counties having the opportunity to choose who they'd like to have audit their books, and I encourage a very green vote, if you will, on the Benson amendment today. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Respectfully, I urge a no vote. I understand what the intent of this is, Representative Benson and Representative O'Driscoll. I appreciate that. But I think it could have a boomerang effect here, and here's why. I think when we're talking about accountability here, the state auditor is empowered by our Constitution to do these audits. She, or that office more precisely, is in charge of about $20 billion worth of oversight in terms of money, not only at the county level, and I know this amendment only pertains to the county, but at all levels of local government. It's a pretty big responsibility, and the buck constitutionally stops with that office. And so it's no surprise that not only this occupant of that office, but all of the recent occupants of that office of both parties have resisted attempts like this to take away discretion from that office, which is constitutionally empowered to do this kind of auditing, and to try to retain that discretion. I understand why individual counties, like Benton apparently, might be frustrated from time to time by the inability to continue practices that they think have done them some good, like doing these private CPA-style audits. But the fact remains that there is constitutional authority vested in the state auditor, and she in that office ought to have the discretion to do those audits in the way that she thinks is in the public interest. I would note, too, that this bill does contain the new enterprise fund, And that, I think, will go back to what we had as of the mid-1990s and seemed to make sense at the time. I know Representative Kahn was involved in removing that provision from law, and this state government finance bill reinstates it, and for good reason. I think that will give more transparency and more clarity to what the state auditor is doing. And we can have reasonable disagreements about the scope or the depth of certain audits, but there may be reasons we don't even know because we can't know, why the state auditor might wish to have certain audits of certain counties proceed in certain ways. I don't know what's been going on in Benton County. I'm not trying to cast aspersions on Benton County, but there may be some reason why the state auditor has determined that the audit needs to be done differently this year. So I think we've got to be careful and look ahead in the way that we've looked behind us at what past state auditors have done and what they've resisted. And they've all resisted attempts like this to totally divest that office of the discretion that they have under the Constitution. I just think we have to be careful about that, though I do understand, Representative Benson, what you're trying to do. So I urge a no vote.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Simon, we're not taking away any constitutional powers the auditor to do her job. In fact, the last 4 lines, the state auditor may require additional information from the certified public accounting firm as the state auditor deems in the public interest. But the state auditor must accept the audit unless the state auditor determines that it does not meet recognized industry auditing standards or is not in the form required by the state auditor. They still have oversight, members. There's absolutely nothing in here that takes that away. In fact, I can tell you that there were no findings in the Benton County audits, which would require make it necessary that the state auditor go back and look at any of these audits and determine that there was any wrongdoing or. Members, this is another bill that will allow for our tax-paying citizens of the state not to have to pay as much. Simple as that. Doesn't take any authority away, actually improves the process. I urge you to vote green.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Runbeck moving to amend the Benson M amendment to Senate File 1589 as follows. The amendment is coded A31.
The member from Anoka, Representative Runbeck.
Madam Speaker, I will withdraw the amendment.
Representative Runbeck withdraws her amendment. Any further discussion to the A6 amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Driscoll moving to amend Senate File 1589, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A7.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a technical issue. In the committee, we had substantial discussion about funding money for de-escalation training for law enforcement officers. And given the broad support that this chamber put on the public safety bill yesterday and the events that are happening in the news, I would ask that members go ahead and support this. It is to allow for de-escalation training, which law enforcement has been asking from some of the groups that I've been involved with in order to be able to deal with these issues. I will just talk about the sources of the funding here and why those were chosen. $30,000 on a certain statue or bus that's being promoted. However, as we found out in committee, that bus has not yet gone through the Capitol Board for approval, and so that money that being appropriated would not be money that would be able to be spent where this de-escalation would be. Secondly, another member approached me and said they had a project that they would like to pull and fund this, and that has to do with the military museum of $80,000. And we're looking for the other money to come from a third source that members can see as well here in the amendment. So I encourage a green vote to provide our law enforcement officials here in the state of Minnesota the opportunity to be able to learn more about de-escalation situations that they might find themselves in. And Madam Speaker, I ask for a roll call for our veterans on this. Thank you.
Representative O'Driscoll requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Beltrami, Representative Persell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order under 4.03H again, and we're moving money around. We've addressed this several times today, and the specifics, I'll repeat the specifics here of the 4.03H. After adoption of a resolution by the Committee of Ways and Means, an amendment to a bill is out of order if it would cause any of the limits specified in the resolution to be exceeded. This does that, Madam Speaker, and my advice is that this amendment's out of order.
Advice, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Advice.
State your advice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is there a way that we could just apply a little latitude here to these two different silos of funds? What we're looking at doing is something that's very beneficial and needed for our veterans. So I would just encourage the Speaker to rule. The point of order not well taken. Thank you.
The member from, I can't read it. Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise for advice.
The member from Morrison. Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this issue is particularly interesting to my district, and I rise to support Representative Scott. We had a veteran that had a police-assisted suicide. And so this money, I'm asking for the latitude because it's $80,000 from our museum that we'd be able to move to this fund, and that's very, very important. And so I'm just asking that we have some latitude, that we do something for our veterans. This is not something that doesn't save lives. This is very important. We tried to do it in committee, and so I would just ask on advice that we take the point not well taken and that we accept the amendment and try to take a vote on it.
To the point of order under 4.03H, Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I ask that you find the point of order not well taken. 4.03 under H was listed. If you look at it, the limits under this amendment do not exceed the resolution for the State Government Finance and Veterans Affairs Finance Bill that's listed under Clause E. I could see maybe a little latitude if under Clause D these bills were merged at one time in Ways and Means, but they weren't. This was a committee that was established. It's in our rules, the State Government and Veterans Affairs Finance Bill. It's a singular bill. And this amendment does not exceed the limits set for that bill. It just merely transfers money from one account to another, which is allowed because it does not exceed the target for that bill.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
This has, again, been something that's a priority to the committee and was really deemed an oversight. And I know everybody on the committee felt bad that this happened. There was a lot of conversation on this. And why I think that you should rule for letting this amendment go forward is that the folks who have money in this in the bill are willing to put it over here to say that this is a priority for them. And if for no other reason, this body feels it's an important item. And when it's appropriate, Madam Speaker, when it's appropriate, I also have a separate parliamentary inquiry, if I could.
It would be appropriate now if you want to ask it now. State your parliamentary inquiry.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Is it the job of this body to approve the budget that comes out of here?
Representative O'Driscoll, I don't think that's quite a parliamentary inquiry, but it's a good rhetorical question. Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the reason I'm asking, this is my first time on a finance committee in this chamber, in this body. I'm just asking if the members who are going to vote on this, if as it gets to this point, do they have the ability to make any changes at all if they themselves deem it appropriate to make those kinds of changes, even though they might not have been in the target? Because the targets are just that, something you're shooting for. And I know that in the past, when I was here, in the first 2 years of my membership in this body, we did do some shifting in different things. And so I'm just wanting to know if that's a power that the members have to be able to shift some money if they so agree to do so.
Representative O'Driscoll, they do have that power subject to the restrictions in Rule 4.03 Subdivision H. Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this was my original legislation that I brought forward to the committee. And I know that the Commissioner of Veterans Affairs, the language in the bill states that it may be funded, but I know the Commissioner stated that there is no funds available in Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs. So my advice would be to allow this transfer of funds within the bill. I know the safety personnel that came to us, police, fire department, this is the type of training that we need for our men and women coming back that are suffering from some problems, and the safety personnel of the state of Minnesota needs this training. So my advice is to allow this transfer of funds within the bill. Thank you.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members' advice. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that you find Representative Persell's point of order to be well taken under Rule 4.03H, which states, after the adoption of a resolution by the Committee on Ways and Means, an amendment to the bill is out of order if it would cause any of the limits specified in the resolution to be exceeded. I am looking at the report from the Ways and Means Committee from April 12th. And this amendment is out of order to the bill. And Madam Speaker, it would also be consistent with the two prior rulings of this body earlier today. So I would ask that you find Representative Persell's point of order to be well taken.
The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wasn't going to get involved in this debate, but I was in washing my hands. And the acoustics in the bathroom are incredible. You can really, if you can't hear out here, you can go in there and have the cleanest hands and have be fully informed. And Madam Speaker, just to tell you, I'm inclined to agree with Representative Moline, but I wanted to also agree with Representative O'Driscoll on the question he had. Now, we have rules in this House that we've set up by agreement, so we have order. But we also have the final authority in this body by 90 votes to change that order. And so if we by 90 votes decided to do anything with any budget, we could choose to do that. And so if members wanted to spend this money on that as one of their priorities, they have every authority to do that if 90 of us agree. And so I hope 90 of us agree, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Madam Speaker, advice.
State your advice.
Madam Speaker, I think the point of order that was cited was 4.03H. And I read through the rule, and it says, as Representative Moline said, the first part of the motion, it says that amendment is out of order if it would cause any limits specified in the resolution to be exceeded. But if you read further down, it also says under 5, subsection 5, that whether expenditures increase or revenue decreases that would result from the amendment are offset by decreases in other expenditures or increases in other revenue specified by the amendment can be considered by the Speaker of the House in determining whether it's out of order. Clearly, Madam Speaker, this is just a transfer of funds on a singular bill, and so you can use your authority as the Speaker to look at whether or not this makes sense. It's not necessarily out of order. You can use this, and I would encourage you to do so, Madam Speaker, and find that the point of order is not well taken.
Having considered the point of order and consulted with the Chief Clerk and listened to all the advice of the members that were offered, I find the point of order is well taken.
Madam Chair, I'd like to speak to, as you probably well guessed,
Representative O'Driscoll.
I'd like to appeal the decision of the Speaker. Although I have all the respect in the world for the Speaker, I do believe that she needs a little help on this one, members.
Representative O'Driscoll appeals the ruling of the Speaker.
And I'd like a roll call.
And he requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Is there any further discussion to the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker?
Madam Speaker, if you would just remind members what a red and green vote
Representative O'Driscoll. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I would call your attention to Rule Point 4.03 and the fact that under D, state government finance is listed just as one topic. If it were intended that the majority wanted veterans included, that's the way they would have listed it under 4.03D. I ask for you to vote against the ruling of the Speaker.
Is there any further discussion? Representative O'Driscoll.
Madam Speaker, I just want to make sure I follow protocol in the chamber. I would ask that you tell us what red and green means before we vote. Thank you.
The question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 56 nays, it is the judgment of the body that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1589, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. Representative Howe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise just to the point that I think just what you're seeing here today is as we tried to put money for veterans for de-escalation training, I think there's no doubt in my mind why Minnesota, why this state leads the nation in soldier suicides. We just buried another National Guard member yesterday from suicide because this body doesn't care to take issue and try to provide the dollars to the training where it needs to go. So I hope that I'm pretty disappointed in how this turned out, and I hope we can live with ourselves after that. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Representative Murphy, I know it's very difficult to chair a committee and to put a bill together. I understand that. It's hard to meet budget targets. But having said that, I'm very disappointed in this bill today. What this bill is a bill of misplaced priorities and lack of oversight, accountability, and transparency. That's what it does. Specifically, what this bill does is give the legislature a 7% increase, gives a 57% increase in spending to public broadcasting, gives a 22% increase to Minnesota management and budget, gives a 10% increase to the Secretary of State. It grows government by a lot. That's what we continue to do around here, it seems, continue to grow government. Meanwhile, the bill repeals the Sunset Commission, which is our one opportunity to make sure that we have accountability and transparency in government. Even though the Sunset Commission just went into place last year, it doesn't give the Sunset Commission an opportunity to do the job that it can do. That's very disappointing. The bill also allows for continuing appropriations if the legislature, us, if we don't get our work done. That's not right. It allows the state auditor to set up a special revenue account to keep all audit fees, which also takes away from transparency, legislative oversight, and accountability. It doesn't allow counties to make their own decisions as to whether to hire their own, have their own annual CPA audits. Members, this is a bad bill. It spends too much money, has misplaced priorities. It doesn't treat veterans the way they should be treated. And it takes away accountability and transparency. We can do better for the state of Minnesota, and we should do better. Members, I ask you to reject this bill today and vote red.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, Representative Pepin is absolutely right. You know, I had printed off here a printout of new programs or expanded programs, councils, boards, and task forces that have been introduced this year in this legislative session. It's 4 pages. It's about 160 bills that have been offered. And, you know, some of these are really great programs, and some of them are really, really wasteful. But we can't even keep the Sunset Commission to take a look at the things that we have. You know, I cannot wait to do my email update this week and tell the people in my district that we're going to ask the taxpayers of the hardworking taxpayers of Minnesota to cough up another almost $3 billion by the time you're all said and done. But you can't even keep the Sunset Commission to get rid of wasteful spending and wasteful programs. It's just going to feed more into their already thought process that we're a bunch of hypocrites down here. Folks, we're funding NPR some more. I'm looking here at some of their budget information. I see that the president and CEO of NPR makes $644,872. Other board members make $287, $267, $242, and that was 2011 numbers, so I'm sure it's much more by now. So we're continuing to reward the friends of the left at the expense of things like people like veterans that really need our help, and we owe them our help. This is full of wasteful spending, and it lacks accountability. I encourage a no vote.
The member from Washington, Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And being the lead Republican on the State Government Finance and Veterans Affairs, first of all, Chair Murphy, I appreciate you running this committee. In fact, this is my 4th term, and I've never had a committee chair come to my office twice. And I also got to spend time in Chair Murphy's office. We discussed a lot of veterans issues. And I really appreciate the amount of veterans information, veterans policies, veterans funding that we have in this bill. But I can't forget the day that we met with the governor. That day in the governor's office, I presented a couple of bills to the governor, House File 59 and House File 60. Then I also presented to the governor the first time ever Veterans Omnibus Bill, where we were able to put all the veterans bills in one omnibus bill, keep it separate from all the other things that we find in this bill. I would hope that in the future this body would take all the veterans bills from now on, put them in an omnibus bill, and keep them separate so we're not playing political games with veterans issues. And I also remember the comment the governor made as he looked to Chair Murphy after I presented the omnibus bill for veterans bills. He asked the chair, "What are your thoughts about an omnibus bill?" And the chair looked back and said, "Well, I would like to keep the veterans bills in my bill so people would vote for my bill." That kind of struck my heart. I really feel that this body can do a lot better for our veterans, and we do a lot. But I think we're playing games with these veterans issues, both sides of the aisle, don't get me wrong. I've been here, this is my 4th term. We need to do better, and I think we can do better with our veterans. So thank you, Chair Murphy, for this committee. This is my first time on this committee, not the first time on working with veterans issues. But there's too many other things in this bill that I really can't vote for, so I will ask you to a red vote. Thank you.
The member from Carver, Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I cannot vote for this bill. Representative Murphy, I thought you held a real good committee, but there's 4 points I want to make. First, you know, I'm holding before me the 990s of NPR, and Representative Scott talked about salaries. To me, a person should make a buck. That's fine. So there's about a dozen that are making over $200,000. But here's a company that has over $180 million worth of assets. It's $108 million in net assets. Are we aware that they own subsidiaries in Florida, in Southern California, that they shift money down there? Is there a guarantee that the dollars that this state is giving to this kind of crony capitalistic organization, are all those dollars going to stay here in Minnesota? I'm not sure there's a guarantee that that's going to happen. You know, I don't have a problem with the state supporting these startup nonprofit organizations that are doing good for the people of the state. But we have a little birdie here that has grown up. It's been around a while. It's an eagle and it's flying. Why on earth is the state supporting this media organization, this large media organization that has enormous capability to earn its own keep? They made something like $15 million in advertising last year. They have their own capability of seeking funds for when they call for it. What's the state doing giving this organization any money whatsoever? It makes no sense. In the early days, perhaps, yes. Not now. Not a $180 million organization. The second thing, here we sit with $32 million more going to be spent in state government finance. This is far more than the base. Now we don't even have the tools to validate the base spending in this organization, and yet we're going to come in and spend an additional $32 million? That makes no sense. Then, just out of the words of Representative Murphy saying, oh, but we cannot find additional dollars to support the Sunset Commission. One of the big tools that we put in place to help us see where we can find out when we can cut agencies and programs and divisions. Gee, I wonder how many typewriter repairmen do we have on staff in state government, or buggy whip repairmen? I really don't know, because you don't see the line item budgets of the agencies. We need to have these tools. The Sunset Commission is an extremely important tool, one which Representative Pepin has worked on for years. And we got it in place. And year after year, oh, we're just going to do away with it. For what reason? So it's very transparent that the other side, you're negating all those tools that we tried putting in place. This idea of growing government is fine, isn't it? Lastly, I want to just comment on the idea of a veterans omnibus bill. You know, the committee had several veterans on it, and it was great working with several of them. Representative Newton and Persell and Howe, Detmer, myself. You know, when it came to the veteran issues, we did hash them out. I got to tell you, we need to come together as an organization here and have a separate veterans omnibus bill going forward. I mean, this is something that needs to be pulled out of the political realm and looked at totally separately. So because of those reasons, I'm voting no on this bill, and I recommend everybody vote red on it.
The member from Anoka, Representative Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is an excellent bill. Chair Murphy, you've done a super job on putting this bill together. And it's especially good, Representative Pepin, for veterans. We have an 18% increase over base for the MDVA. We've got another 7% increase for veterans across the bill. Representative Howe, you talked about the death of a veteran. No one is more concerned about that than I am. However, we have the full funding for that program that we had asked for, and we all sat together and worked it out and got the Department of Veterans Affairs to come up with the money to fund that program. We're not short funding anything. And Representative Detmer, I'm sympathetic to your idea of an omnibus veterans bill. However, all of these amendments today would have meant taking money from one part of the veterans bill to put it in another part of the veterans bill. We could have done that in committee while we were there. Members, I ask you to support veterans, and I ask you to vote green on this bill. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Norton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't generally rise on bills in committees that I don't serve on, but I just really needed to concur with what Representative Newton just stated. This bill is good for veterans. I follow up and watch that very carefully, and I don't want anyone listening in today to get the feeling that folks on this side of the aisle don't care. There are many of us, including myself, who have children that serve in the military. We have families, brothers, sisters, and friends that serve in the military, and we care just as deeply as people on the other side of the aisle. So I just want to follow up with that, given some of the comments that have been made here on the floor, and assure the community that not only is this bill great for veterans, it's a good bill overall, and I encourage all your support.
The member from Isanti, the Minority Leader, Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Again, here we are passing another omnibus bill off the House floor, this one for state government and veterans with what I would call misplaced priorities. We're going to ask the hardworking taxpayers of Minnesota to pay more in fees and taxes for more wasteful government spending. This bill increases 7% our own budget for the Minnesota legislature, a 57% increase for spending for public broadcasting grants to public TV and public radio stations. And Minnesota Public Radio receives a $620,000 appropriation in this bill, a 22% increase for spending for Minnesota management and budget, and a 46% increase for the budget for the Campaign Finance Board, $622,000, a 46% increase, and a 10% increase for the Secretary of State's office. We continually ask the hardworking taxpayers of Minnesota for more money to fund more government jobs, 37 more government jobs just in this bill alone. We're now in the hundreds, members. I think approaching 300 or 400 new jobs in the omnibus bills that we've already seen. continually asking the hardworking taxpayers of Minnesota to dig a little bit deeper when the economy is just starting to recover and things are just starting to get better. We're going to take more money out of the economy, making it more difficult and making them and their businesses less competitive. This bill falls, while it does have some important funding for some military issues, it falls short on many of those programs. One of the programs that doesn't receive funding in this is the de-escalation program. We give permission to do the program in this bill, but we don't fund the $200,000 that's required. Misplaced priorities. We also are putting $250,000 in this bill in fees charged one time to small cities and towns by the state auditor to upgrade software to do annual audits. And we're not giving them permission to hire a private auditor. What does this do, members? It increases property taxes. That's right. How many of us said that we didn't want to increase property taxes? Well, a green vote for this bill today will increase property taxes. That's what you're doing, members. The hardworking taxpayers of Minnesota already pay enough, and we shouldn't go back to them and ask for 1 penny more until we've gone through our state's budget line by line to eliminate wasteful spending and make our government run more effective and more efficient. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I want to begin by thanking Representative Murphy M. and the staff who've worked so hard on this bill for putting together a great proposal for the state government and for the Veterans Affairs committees. It's a good bill, and it's aligned with the priorities of Minnesotans, and it does great things for Minnesota veterans, and that's where I want to lend my focus. Support and pride in our veterans is ingrained in Minnesotans. It's ingrained in this body, and that pride shines through this bill. More veterans will have access to quality education because we are improving Minnesota's GI Bill. Veterans will have access to improved health care due to the investments in IT that will allow the computer systems to be streamlined. And we are continuing good work to stamp out homelessness for veterans with funding to help our veterans who are in danger of becoming homeless. That's work that we've done together, at least I've done with you, since 2008 and 2009. It is important to note that we've made our veterans and Minnesotans the priority of this bill, and not ourselves. This bill does not include a pay raise for legislators. So as this bill wraps up, I want to finish by saying that the House has a strong bipartisan history in making veterans a priority, and I would hope that we have bipartisan support for that initiative and for this bill today. Please vote green. Thank you.
The member from St. Louis, the author of the bill, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, please look in your bill on page 16. Read that very carefully and think about what has been said on this floor this afternoon. And think about how might that page have gotten into the bill? And who will carry out the provisions of that bill? And who can carry out the provisions of that bill? Because they have enough new money to afford that program. And then think about the other speeches that you've heard this afternoon, and how many innuendos and things that have been said that were little exaggerations, or what could possibly happen, or what wasn't said. And then think back to my introductory remarks about what this bill was. And that hasn't changed, because this bill is basically the same, with a few improvements and a few suggestions of things that we can take to conference committee. But in arriving at this bill, during phase 1 and 2, the state demographer came and talked about the changing Minnesota. Have we heard today about that Minnesota since 1968, or 98, since 1998, Minnesota's growth in population has exceeded 13%? We haven't heard about how state governments, our accounts, our 30 accounts in this bill, have been stretched and cut. And this is the first time in 10 years that we've made a few steps to go forward and help the backbone and the heart of these agencies. And the people that work in these agencies, our state employees, who give their every inch, just like our state employees here in the House of Representatives do. How many hours a day in the last 2 weeks have you not seen someone leaving when somebody's coming because they're stretched to the nth? And we cannot keep up that kind of pace. We have to throw them some encouragement. And that encouragement is in this bill. Our state employees are efficient and skilled, and they need support. They need new computers. They need to have praise. Our agencies are doing good work. The Department of Revenue exceeds everyone in their efficiencies and compliances. And look at their budget. Look at the numbers for the Department of Revenue. And you won't be able to use them as the poster people of anything but this is the way to go. They are the stars. But the other agencies, the big ones, are doing it too. The SMART program, the LEAN program, the minute consolidation. Where is Representative Khan? Her vision that she worked for year by year over these last 10 years is a reality, and we are seeing the results of it in savings. In savings from the departments. Their asks, the various departments and accounts in our agencies in this bill do not exceed but minimum asks. Baseline. And a little addition. And they are happy and they say they can go forth. The Military Affairs said, we are satisfied with what you're presenting. Veterans Affairs said, we are satisfied. And when page 16 was offered to them, they signed off, and they know that we know they have money for that activity. Why would we doubt? Why would we doubt them? I can't imagine it. But perhaps, besides the growth, this bill will lead to a smarter, more efficient, and accountable government based on strategic planning by the agencies. They are going to respond to our changing times and provide services to customers across the state. And citizens will be able to trust in them. We have, one of the goals that I started out with was that we were going to strengthen our communities. And our communities are made up of over 400, or about 400,000 Minnesota military families or veterans families. They strengthen our communities, and this bill strengthens them and supports them. To give any other idea would be wrong. There's been allusions to broadcasting. One of the goals was to meet, to get, to capture federal funds, to get proper equipment for radio and TV in this state so that our people can have emergency alerts. You have to have state matching money. That's what public broadcasting funding does. Representative Khan included that in her state government bills. Representative Lanning included those things in his state government bills. And we had all the support. The actions are the same this year. We need cooperation. Minnesotans, we are offering you this bill to bring government to you and you to government. This is a good thing. This will serve Minnesota well, and it will be something that people will hail for years to come. I'm voting yes.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 74 ayes and 54 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.
Without objection, we'll revert to messages from the Senate. Message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce that the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments to Senate File 671, an act relating to public safety. The Senate respectfully requests that a conference committee be appointed thereon. The Senate has appointed as their conferees Latz, Dibble, Goodwin, Dietzig, and Limmer. Signed, Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate. Paymar moves that the House accede to the request of the Senate and that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 5 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate.
Representative Paymar.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Omnibus Public Safety Finance Bill, and we need to go to conference. And the Judiciary Committee, I'm sorry.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Announcement by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on House File 729. Paymar, Hilstrom, Lesch, Moline, and Cornish.
Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions and resolutions online and at the front desk. If there's no objection, those motions will be taken up first. Hearing no objection, those motions prevail.
Beard moves that House File 956 be recalled from the Committee on Ways and Means and re-referred to the Committee on Energy Policy.
Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. House File 956 is known as the Energy Omnibus Bill. It's a very large, very complicated bill, members, that has a 41-page delete-all amendment. Almost all of it is policy. I would submit to you all of it is policy, members, and it will be dropped in the Ways and Means Committee on Monday morning. It is posted now, and for that I thank the Chair of the Energy Committee for posting it so we can take a look at it. However, members, I'm aware that there are many people responsible for actually implicating this should it become law, actually putting it into effect. Those people would like to testify, and members of the Energy Committee that I'm familiar with would very much like to pepper them with questions to kind of understand what it is we're going to mandate them to do. Mr. Speaker and members, I encourage you to support the motion to re-refer this to the Energy Committee where we can do policy work, good committee work, and then bring it back to Ways and Means for a very brief meeting.
Discussion to the motion. Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I would encourage people to vote against the motion. The bill, in fact, 3 energy bills are scheduled in Ways and Means on Monday, 2 from the DFL side of the aisle and 1 from the Republican side of the aisle. People are prepared for those meetings, or that meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Monday, and so I would encourage a no vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I rise in support of the Beard Amendment to move the energy bill from the Ways and Means Policy Committee to the Energy Policy Committee, a 41-page amendment. The experts in this area are in the Energy Committee, not in the Ways and Means Committee, and I request a roll call vote.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any further discussion? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we just got through having a discussion about transparency and accountability, and to add a 41-page amendment and just send it directly to Ways and Means without bringing it back to the committee of its origin seems to be really lacking responsibility and lacking transparency. I encourage a yes vote on the Beard amendment.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The delete all was posted as a courtesy to members. We could do a page and line amendment What the amendment does is take things out. It doesn't add things in. This is a normal part of the legislative process. We get input from people as bills move along. We take things out that people have problems with. I can understand a re-referral if we were adding new policy that hadn't been discussed in the Energy Policy Committee, but every word in the bill has been discussed in the Energy Policy Committee. I'd ask members to vote no.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the author of the bill would yield for a question.
Representative Hortman will yield. Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hortman, I don't believe you serve on Ways and Means, and I have for the last, I think, 4 terms. For the first time ever in my career, we are now taking policy in that committee, but most of the audience still doesn't realize that's true. How long has this amendment, I believe you said there are changes, are additions. I know you said there's deletions. There's nothing new in this bill, only deletions. Could you clarify that again? I might have misunderstood you.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there is nothing being added to this bill that was not fully heard in the Energy Policy Committee. We are cutting out several provisions that people have come forward and said they do not like. And we are adding specificity that was in the Moline bill on the Made in Minnesota, but that was fully heard in the Energy Policy Committee, and it was everybody's understanding that's what we were including in our bill all along.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Hortman will yield for another question.
She will yield, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hortman, I did hear you say that you are deleting things. Are some of the things you're deleting policy provisions?
Representative Hortman.
Yes, Representative McNamara, a normal part of the legislative process as we move bills forward is to continue to listen to input from interested parties as the bills move through the committees. It's a very normal part of the process then to be responsive to the concerns that are raised and remove the provisions that are the most problematic if the concerns that are raised are meritorious.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if Representative Hortman will yield for another question.
She will. Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hortman, can you tell us what policy you're changing so the public knows who should be coming to Ways and Means? They've never done this before. Well, I realize some of your colleagues are frustrated at these questions. This is brand new territory. People do not come to Ways and Means members to testify. There could be policy taken out of this bill that somebody in the public expected to stay in, and never before, at least in my time on the Ways and Means, has this been done. What policy are you taking out? What interest groups, what of our constituents, or what of our co-ops or our electric providers, or who is affected by the policy that you're taking out in this bill? Who needs to know? It's my understanding that this has just been posted over the weekend.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. No, it's been posted it was posted yesterday. And the policy changes are noted in the bill, and the folks who are interested in the bill are keenly aware of what's in it.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope everybody heard that. A few provisions are deleted, so instead of just noting a couple of deletions in the bill, the whole bill's been rewritten as a delete all, and the public knows what's in the bill. Thanks for the transparency, Representative Hortman and Mr. Speaker and members. Thank you.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And having participated in the many hours of the debate and a long, hard effort on the bill, a little bit surprised. I'm not reassured when they say, oh, we're just deleting some things out, because we all know the interaction of words and sections in a bill can mean a big thing, and one word deleted out can mean a big thing. So I guess I'm just disappointed that we didn't take care of business, the policy business, in the Energy Committee, and that we're expecting the Finance, Ways and Means Committee to handle our energy policy changes.
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Carlson yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Carlson, this is a policy issue that's been changed in this bill. Are you prepared to allow in Ways and Means, where we don't normally take that kind of testimony, people that are going to be affected by this legislation. Representative Hortman said that there's going to be some things that are deleted from the bill, but I believe what she's trying to do is delete some things, but not just taking language and saying this is going to be deleted out. There's some changes that are made the way she deletes them out of the bill. So there's not just deletions, but changes to the way she's trying to delete some language. So are you prepared to take testimony from the people and the associations and the businesses that might be affected by this legislation?
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, members, the Ways and Means Committee under both Democratic and Republican control has had basically a policy that if any member of the committee has a question of anybody in the audience, that will be entertained, and you're a member of the committee, and you know we've had people that have asked questions and people have come forward to comment on what those questions are. So I'm fully prepared if any member of the committee has a question of somebody in the audience that will be done.
Representative Hackworth.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Carlson, because I want everybody on the Ways and Means Committee to be well aware that this is going to take some time, because there are people that are going to be coming forward to testify on this bill and the changes that are going to be made by this amendment.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the motion. The clerk can close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. Are there any announcements? Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had sent out an email earlier this week to our DFL Rural Caucus members and some others, and just wanted to let you know I think we've been here long enough. Let's go enjoy our friends and family tonight. Thanks.
Representative Lomer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I moved a motion to reconsider under House Rules 3.14 on House File 1589. Oh, Senate File 1589. And I request a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Lomer.
Mr. Speaker, I voted on the prevailing side, and I'd like to reconsider that vote.
Would you like to explain why? A little bit more, that would help the body, I think.
Mr. Speaker, I intended to vote red, and it showed up green on the sheet. So I would like another chance to vote. Thank you.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also move to reconsider. I understand that on the sheet I am shown as voting, not voting at all, when in fact I did.
Members, I think we have a little mechanical problem with the board. Perhaps, we don't know, but that may be the case. So what we'll do is reconsider. There will be no debate, is my understanding, and then revote on the bill. So all in favor of the motion to reconsider?
Mr. Speaker, I can withdraw.
Okay. All in favor of the motion to reconsider, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will take the roll on the bill. This is the state government bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 56 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Announcements. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 12 noon, Monday, April 22nd, 2013.
Representative Murphy moves that when the House adjourned today, it adjourn until Monday, 12 noon on Monday, April 22nd, 2013. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Motion prevails. Representative Murphy.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves that the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 12 noon, Monday, April 22nd, 2013.